Hey there, want to make your voice heard at a Board of Supervisors meeting? We're all ears. Here's how you can get involved. First, hop online and look at the agendas. This will give you the scoop on what's coming up before the board. Each agenda item includes a brief description of the issue, the recommendations, and potential impacts. If you need more detail, check out the detailed reports online. Those are called board letters. Then, decide if you want to speak at Tuesday's general legislative session or Wednesday's land use session. You'll have 3 opportunities to have your say. Let's start with non-agenda public comment. This is your chance to talk about things that aren't on the agenda, but try and keep your topic related to county government. For non-agenda public comments, you can speak at either the Tuesday or Wednesday session, but not both. So pick your day accordingly. And keep in mind, the board can't act on the spot. They'll refer your comments to the Chief Administrative Officer, who will look into the issue. Last thing, the board will hear from the first 10 speakers, 5 in person and 5 by phone at the beginning of the session. Then all the remaining speakers will get their chance to speak after the discussion items. During the consent agenda, the board handles a bunch of routine items with 1 vote. If you want to comment on an item, keep it simple. For example, I'm John Doe speaking on item 5, and I agree with approving the contract. Discussion items are the main event where the board debates before making a decision. Want to speak at one of the meetings? It's really easy. Just hop online and fill out a quick request form at publiccomment.sandiegocounty.gov. Pick the meeting you're interested in, hit the register button, then fill in your details. Make sure to include a phone number if you plan on speaking by phone. Prefer speaking at the podium in the board chamber? No problem. Just pick the in-person option. After that, just check off the agenda items you want to talk about and let them know you're for, against, or neutral on them. Hit register and you're good to go. A confirmation email will land in your inbox to wrap it up. If you're speaking by phone, the email will include the instructions for how to dial in. Be sure to submit your request early. Once public comment begins on the agenda item, we can't take any more requests to speak. And if you have documents, hand them to the deputy clerk when it's your turn to speak at the podium. Now, you get 2 minutes to speak, but if lots of people want to talk, it might get cut to 1 minute. So, you might want to consider writing 2 sets of comments, one for 2 minutes, another one for 1. That way, if time's cut, you won't be scrambling. There's also a countdown clock at the podium to keep you on track. Once you're at the podium, stay on topic. Stick to the current agenda item. If you stray off topic, you might get a gentle nudge to get back to the point. Keep your comments related to the agenda item's recommendations because that's what the board is relying on to make a decision. Also, speak directly to the board. They're the ones making the decision. When your time's up, it's up. Overstaying might mean getting muted or even asked to leave. Now for some ground rules. For safety, keep aisles and doorways clear. If there isn't a seat, head across the hall to room 302 or the 4th floor balcony to watch the meeting. Respect is huge. Everyone should feel heard. That means you, other speakers, and the Board of Supervisors. Disruptive behavior gets 1 warning, and after that, a deputy sheriff might show you the door. So let's keep it respectful. Your voice matters, and we want to hear from you. Remember, we're all here to make a difference.
Good morning. I will now call the June 9th, 2026 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting and in-home supportive services meeting to order. We would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from the 4 cultural groups: the Kumeyaay, Digueño, Luiseño, Copino, and Cahuilla. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Andrew, please call the roll for today's meeting.
Thank you, Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp. Would like to note for the record that Chair Lawson-Remer is absent. With that, Supervisor Anderson, Supervisor Desmond. Here. Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Here.
And Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
Here. Thank you, Andrew. At this time, we will have Reverend Allison Rowland deliver the invocation, and Ramad and Darren from Our Kings will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation and pledge.
Please join your heart with mine in prayer as you feel comfortable. Source of love, thank you for gathering this group of people here today. Thank you for inspiring them to govern, which at times can be quite a challenging task. And thank you for motivating those who feel led to speak, to participate in, and inform the work that is done here today. Just as San Diego County's motto is that the noblest motive is the public good, may the decisions made here today improve the quality of life for San Diegans. As this group gathers today with the intention to serve their community, may this service result in the public good as regards enhanced public safety and education, affordable housing, and improved health care and mental health support services for those in need. We ask that conversations today be honest and respectful, and that even in moments of tension or dispute, that all voices present be heard. May the impact on those who are not present in this room also be considered. And may decisions made here today take diverse needs into account so that all human life is equally valued as sacred, regardless of income, race, gender, religious and ethnic background, or how we love. May your loving kindness lead and guide. In your many names, amen.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under all, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Whoop, my seat is leaving me. At this time, we will proceed with proclamations. I'm going to head on down because the first proclamation will be given by myself honoring Juneteenth. Accepting the proclamation will be Dr. Joanne Cornwell. Good morning, everyone. I stand here today as we all come up, don't be shy. Very grateful to honor and celebrate Juneteenth across San Diego County. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, a landmark executive order declaring that all enslaved people living in Confederate states were legally free. However, it took 2.5 years for this to be true. Juneteenth commemorates June 19, 1865, when the last enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, finally received word of their freedom.
Yes, ma'am.
As our country celebrates the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, signed in 1776, and Juneteenth happened in 1865, we must also reflect upon the truths of our country's history. And the truth is, not everyone was free 250 years ago. This nation was largely built on the unpaid labor of enslaved people. As we celebrate Juneteenth and the 250th birthday of the Declaration of Independence, we can acknowledge our true history and still celebrate the ideals of our country. In doing so, we are less likely to repeat our past mistakes. In honor of Juneteenth, today we celebrate Dr. Joanne Cornwell, Professor Emerita of Africana Studies and French at San Diego State University, and a third-generation entrepreneur. Sister Locks, founded in 1993 by Dr. Cornwell, is a pioneering natural hair care company that empowers African American women through an innovative hair system rooted in self-expression, cultural affirmation, and economic opportunity. She built Sister Locks from her lifelong understanding of Afro-textured hair, cultural identity, and the historical role of hair care in sustaining Black economic independence. Dr. Cornwell's landmark 1999 legal victory challenged restrictive cosmetology laws, reinforcing the right of Black communities to maintain and pass down cultural hair practices without government barriers. Sister Locks' mission reflects the heart of Juneteenth, reclaiming identity, celebrating heritage, and advancing freedom. By affirming natural hair as beautiful, valid, and culturally powerful, the company supports a broader movement toward liberation, pride, and economic empowerment in Black communities. And I'm proud to say you certainly have inspired me. I want to extend a formal invitation to the public and to my colleagues to attend the annual Juneteenth flag-raising ceremony that my office has the honor of hosting this year. We will be right outside at the County Administrative Center on the East Plaza. We will be honoring additional individuals, some of whom we have here today, including Shayla James of Heart Space, Michael Ivory of Encanto Little League team, Jerry Riggins of the Riggins Urban Barber College, Diane Moss of Project New Village, Adriana Bush of Grossmont Union High School District, and Reggie Washington of Project Aware. This year's ceremony will take place on Thursday, June 18th at 1:30 p.m. It truly is a special event, and we hope that everyone can join us in commemorating the significance of this historic celebration. With that, I'll read the last line of the proclamation. Be it proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 9th day of June 2026 that we commend Dr. Joanne Cornwell, Shayla James, Michael Avery, Jerry Riggins, Diane Moss, Adriana Bush, and Reggie Washington for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the residents of San Diego County, and do hereby declare, do it next week, but June 19th to be Juneteenth Day throughout San Diego County. Thank you so much, everyone. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cornwell.
Thank you so very much. It's really something to hear yourself talked about in this way. Just some quick introductions, because Sister Locks is not my creation start to finish. Were it not for my sisters, we wouldn't be standing here today. So please meet, and that's why we call the sisters. My sister Celeste Geary, she's our big sister, and Carol. And Carol Jenkins, she's my little sister. She's the brat. I also want you to meet two of the gentlemen who have been with us from day one as well. Of course, we fly on the wings of the people in our families and our immediate friends to hold us up and let us know what it feels like to serve. So Mr. Clendenin was an early, from the day one, he was our photographer, our PR person, our whatever. And it still is very much an essential component in our sister's company. And Bob, my sister's husband, he's just a wonderful Bob. He prides himself in having the first brother lock ever done because I was practicing, and I put a brother lock in his hand. Can you imagine what the poster child of sisterhoods would be like with Bob? Okay. And thank you to everyone else who is here to stand with me and my sisters and our family and our community. And I hope to see you next Thursday at the flag waving. I can't forget, of course, my husband and our photographer. He's, with his background and his sensitivity to Black female beauty, he is helping us take Sister Lights to yet another level. So thank you, Bobby, for what you contribute to our company. Okay. Thank you so much.
We're going to go in front of the podium, but I have to honor representatives from the Cooper family. Had the celebration for how many years now? Over 60 years. So thank you so much for doing this before it was a holiday, before people were talking about it, and for your family's contribution to this region. So let's get in front of the podium. Get in front of the podium. Okay, we have 3 more to go, so At this time, the second proclamation will be given by myself and Chair Pro Tem McGarry, honoring Pride Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Keisha Lynn Elliott, Jalen Jones, Nadia, Keen Ayub, and Jamie. All right, Gure. Come on up. I know it's crowded in here, but come on up.
Stand right here because I'm short.
Whatever you want. Okay. Good morning again, everyone. Again, I'm honored to be here today recognizing June as San Diego County Pride Month alongside my colleague, Chair Pro Tem McGarry. As I stand here this morning in this room of bright, smiling faces, I'm reminded of how much we all want to feel safe, loved, and seen. We may walk different paths, we may come from different places, we may root for different baseball teams or no baseball team at all. But at the end of the day, we all desire to feel safe, loved, and seen. And yet, we must recognize that we continue to live in a world that shames queer people for being who they are, for loving who they want to love. A world that doesn't always allow our LGBTQIA+ community to feel safe, loved, and seen. This is why Pride Month is important. When we recognize Pride Month, we hold on to and hold up our LGBTQIA+ community with dignity and respect. When we celebrate Pride Month, we celebrate the safe spaces where we can live freely without fear of violence. We celebrate the opportunity to create and present a future where everyone in the community can thrive. Pride Month is more than just hanging rainbow flags every June. Pride Month this year in San Diego County is a celebration of self-love and community acceptance as powerful bridges to liberation. Everyone in this room today is deserving of love and to be loved for all that you are as you stand and sit here right now. And I certainly don't want you to forget that. Thank you for being a shining light across our county and for teaching us and showing us what love can look like. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be with you all today as we recognize San Diego County Pride Month. For many people, Pride is about finding community. It is about feeling seen, feeling supported, and knowing that there is a place where you belong exactly as you are. Yes. That is why today is also an opportunity to recognize organizations that show up every day for our community, not just during Pride Month. We are proud to highlight the work of San Diego Pride, the LGBTQ+IA Center's Youth Services Program, Proyecto Trans Latinas, and Rainbow Spaces. These organizations provide support, advocacy, community leadership, development, cultural affirmation, and life-changing resources for LGBTQIA+ individuals and families throughout San Diego County. They continue this essential work at a time when our rights and the rights of these organizations face mounting challenges, including funding cuts that threaten critical services and healthcare access. Their work helps create a county where young people can feel seen, where transgender and gender diverse individuals can access support. Pride Month is more than a celebration. It is a reminder that every right gained, every door opened, and every life affirmed happened because people had the courage to stand up, speak out, and demand a world that was more just than the one they inherited. And to my LGBTQ+IA community, I want you to hear this clearly. You belong. You are valued. You are worthy of respect, dignity, and love exactly the way you are. Your voice matters, your experiences matter, and your presence makes our community stronger. There is a place for you here, and there will always be. San Diego County is stronger because of you. It is now my honor to read the last part of the proclamation. Be it proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, myself, and the rest of the members of the County Board of Supervisors on this 9th day of June 2026 that we commend San Diego Pride, the LGBT Community Center's Youth Services, Proyecto Translatinas, and Rainbow Spaces for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be San Diego County Pride Month throughout all of San Diego County.
Good morning. I'm Keisha Elliott. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I want to thank you, Vice Chair Monica Montgomery Stepp, Chair Pro Tem Paloma Aguirre, members of the County of Supervisors, County of San Diego Board of Supervisors, county staff, and the fellow partner organizations up here today for this proclamation and for bravely recognizing Pride Month. I'm so honored to stand before you today as the new Executive Director of San Diego Pride, representing an organization that has served our community for more than 50 years. We know that Pride began as a movement for visibility, dignity, and liberation. While we celebrate how far we have come, we also recognize that many members of our LGBTQIA+ community continue to face barriers to safety and belonging. San Diego Pride is committed to building a community where every LGBTQIA person can thrive, not just during Pride Month, but every day of the year. Thank you again, County Supervisors, for your partnership, your recognition, and your continued commitment to ensuring that San Diego County is a place where all LGBTQIA+ people and their important allies can live authentically and safely together. We hope to see you all at San Diego Pride, July 18th through 19th. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp and Supervisor Paloma Aguirre for honoring us with this proclamation. My name is Jalen Jones. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs, and I am the Youth Services Manager at the San Diego LGBT Community Center. In my 3 years on the Youth Services team at the center, I have had the privilege of meeting and assisting hundreds of queer and trans youth throughout San Diego and beyond to access the gender-affirming care, counseling, food, and other resources that they need. They don't just come for those tangible resources. They come for the sense of community that they find within the walls of our Hillcrest Youth Center, South Bay Youth Center, and our main center location. We proudly provide the safety and freedom to express themselves, whether that's through an impromptu fashion show with the clothes from our expressions closet, or the art pieces they create and display on our walls. We create a place for these youth where they can find belonging and the strength to face the challenges the rest of the world throws at them. The San Diego LGBT Community Center has served our region for 54 years, and the Hillcrest Youth Center for 26 years, and the South Bay Youth Center for 7 years. We continue to see an increase in the need for our services year after year, and we are proud to be here today as a symbol of hope and community, especially during Pride Month. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Board of County Supervisors, specifically Supervisor Aguirre and Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, for this momentous honor. My name is Paul Ammons, and I am the Board President for Rainbow Spaces. Rainbow Spaces serves hundreds of families based in East County and South Bay to provide life-saving spaces for our LGBTQ youth. We were founded 5 years ago by a collective of mothers with a vision for an inclusive space rooted in their geographical contexts, 4 of which stand behind me today, including our Executive Director, Nadia Kinayub. As a queer youth myself, standing here feels like a victory. 12 years ago this month, I attempted to take my own life because I never found a space to accept me and all of my intersectionalities. Yet, today, we witness youth at play in our various Dungeons and Dragons sessions. We watch youth take their first dance at our yearly prom, and across our programming, we have the privilege to witness children and young adults really come into themselves and find their self-confidence in a world that told them that they did not belong. I and my fellow board members have come into ourselves in service to our community's young people, a vision only realized by an intergenerational collaboration in hope of a more just and inclusive world. In conclusion, I would like to end with a quote gifted to us by our indigenous ancestors. Quisieron enterrarnos, pero no sabían que éramos semillas. They tried to bury us, but they did not know we were seeds. So many in power have attempted to use queer children as mere political pawns in their agenda. But for everyone listening, especially our queer youth, know that you are worthy of life, love, and happiness. Our organization's work saves lives, and we commit ourselves to this for generations to come. No matter how many times you bury us, we will continue to grow and thrive. Thank you again for this momentous honor.
And our third proclamation will be given by Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, honoring the County of San Diego Psychiatric Emergency Response Team. Accepting the proclamation will be Dr. Mark Marvin.
Madam Chair. All right. Good to see you again. How are you? Good being here. Thank you for this. All right. Today I'm proud to recognize our county partner, Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, or PERT, for its extraordinary service to the residents of San Diego County and its long-standing commitment to compassionate crisis response. Behavioral health crises are real. There are serious life-changing emergencies that affect individuals, families, and communities. Every day, the PERT team meets people on some of their worst days, when life feels most challenging and uncertain. For decades, PERT has served as a national model of collaboration between behavioral health professionals and law enforcement, demonstrating that individuals experiencing a behavioral health crisis deserve a response that is rooted in dignity, understanding, and care. The impact of this program is remarkable. Each year, PERT responds to thousands of emergency calls across San Diego County, providing timely behavioral health assessments, crisis intervention, de-escalation, and connections to critical services. And today we say thank you. Thank you to the behavioral health clinicians, the law enforcement agencies, peer support specialists, and community organizations whose partnership strengthens coordinated, compassionate behavioral health care across our communities. As we recognize PERT today, we reaffirm our commitment to reducing stigma surrounding behavioral and mental health and access to care. No one should face a behavioral health crisis alone, and PERT readily answers the call to help those when it matters most. It is now my honor to proclaim, on behalf of Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, myself, and the rest of the County Board of Supervisors on this 9th day of June 2026, that we commend the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, or PERT, for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and we do hereby declare this day to be Psychiatric Emergency Response Team Day throughout San Diego County. Please help me in thanking them.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Aguirre, for reaching out and truly sincere investment in PERT. And I also want to thank the rest of the board. I'm Dr. Mark Marvin. I've been the PERT director for the last 11 years. Some brief introductions. I want to introduce Dr. Diego Rogers, who is the CEO of CRF. CRF operates 33 programs, of which PERT is one. The assistant PERT director, Kara Bashevsky, over this way. And we have actually a PERT unit here. From the San Diego Police Department, we have Claudia, who's our PERT clinician, and Walter, who's an officer with the San Diego Police Department. And how to condense 30 years into a minute. So in the mid-1990s, unfortunate severe tragedies up in the Los Angeles area, officer-involved shootings of persons living with very severe behavioral health challenges. But down here, from the grassroots level, some officers, community members, persons with lived experience, NAMI representatives, National Alliance on Mental Illness, got together and proactively formed a task force to figure out, is there a way that we can proactively get ahead of this in some way? And from that task force came this idea of PERT, to have clinicians paired with law enforcement the entire shift to respond to these 911 calls for service where persons and their family members are perhaps experiencing the worst days of their lives. And also to have training to law enforcement to complement what we expect out in the field. And here we are 30 years later. We went from 2 teams, now we have 70. We have a rather robust training curriculum, and we're partnered with all 11 municipal agencies around here. And if you look at our PERT unit as a model here, they have uniforms on, but it's really what's underneath the uniforms. What do they bring out there? They bring a couple of things. They bring humility. They bring a sense of modesty, really heartfelt compassion, because it doesn't matter the extent of training. I mean, we feel very good about the training that we offer officers and our clinicians, but really you have to have a heart to do this and to be effective. Likewise, our NAMI peer specialists are just fantastic in ensuring that people get connected with services. So we know that we've been effective. I think the best barometer of that is the feedback from the community, from family members as well. De-escalation, you've heard that word quite a bit over the last several years. We've been rather effective at that. If somebody is escalated, we're actually about 100% effective in being able to de-escalate someone who's in crisis to the point where we can have a conversation. I'm talking conversations, not interrogations, because people are not just bags of symptoms. We have stories, and we want to know what those stories are if we want to be effective with the resources. And it would be kind of neat to go back in time or to find out who was on that initial task force and actually report, here we are, 30 years later, and there has never been one officer-involved shooting during a PERT intervention, not one in 30 years. So I want to thank the community, our partners, certainly law enforcement, the clinicians, and the Board of Supervisors for this support all these years, and of course, BHS. So thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you. And the final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond honoring Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Eduardo Villegas.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Jeff. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to extend a special welcome to three very outstanding North County organizations. Encuentros Leadership, the Damascus Men, and Empowered Fathers. Thank you all for joining us here today. We're grateful for your leadership and the meaningful work that you all do to strengthen individuals, families, and communities across our region, but particularly in North County. As we recognize Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, we honor the importance of emotional, psychological, and social well-being for men and boys, and reaffirm our commitment to fostering open dialogue, connection, and accessible support. This month serves as a reminder to strengthen understanding and encourage open conversations and to ensure support is always within reach. Mental health is a vital part overall for for well-being. When men feel empowered to seek support and share experiences and uplift each other, families grow stronger and communities become healthier. Together we can build a culture where every boy and man knows that reaching out is an act of strength and resilience and courage. First, I want to thank you all for being part of this important effort and helping to build a future where everyone can excel. Organizations such as Encuentros Leadership, they play a vital role in supporting middle and high school boys through leadership development, personal growth, healing, and meaningful peer connections. Similarly, the Damascus Men's Group helps men strengthen their emotional, spiritual, and mental well-being through authentic relationships, practical support, and faith-based guidance. Empowered Fathers promotes fathers to become more engaged with their families while promoting emotional wellness, responsible fatherhood, and positive community impact. With Father's Day just coming up soon, don't forget, June 21st, we honor the love, strength, and the steady presence of all fathers and celebrate stronger families and more connected communities. So whereas the County of San Diego, we're proud to recognize and honor organizations that exemplify the highest ideals of public service, and the Encuentros Leadership, Damascus Men's Group, and Empowered Fathers are all such worthy organizations. Here we go. Give you a plaque. Hold up a plaque, please. Didn't have to work today. Be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors today, this 9th day of June 2026, that we commend these organizations for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County and to their friends, neighbor, and community, and hereby declare this month to be Men's Mental Health Awareness Month throughout San Diego County. All right, thanks for being here. Eddie, yeah. So Eddie Villegas is going to say a few words. Which group are you the leader of?
Damascus.
Damascus Men. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors and especially thanking Supervisor Jim Desmond, who we love in North County, and he's done a great job. Just a couple stats. 1 out of 5 men struggle with depression, anxiety, and some sort of mental health here in the United States, which is a little higher than most countries. But what's more important is that only 20% of all those men seek help. We have 3 organizations here that are amazing and doing a great job in North County with this types of risks. At the forefront of the men's health, working against the stigma, the cultural biases, and social constructs that are now immediate in men's health. I'd like to do some introductions to some of the men and women that are helping. With Empowered Fathers, we have Alberto Melchor. He's a father advocate. We have Devin Williams as a father advocate also. And Tia Thomas, who's the program director of Empowered Fathers. Also with us, Encuentros board members, we have Dr. Renzo Lara, CEO. Joaquin Aganza, he's a board member at large. There's a queen. Tony Mora is also here today? Okay, not here today. And Wendy Ochoa is also part of it. It is very important that we take need of this. We have here Peter Miranda and Manny Rose is also with our group of the Damascus Men. Peter Miranda is a testament to the power of change within Peter. With the help of his faith and his perseverance, Peter has made a complete 180 turn. Now as a father, a business owner, and a leader of a Damascus group, he is sharing his story with other men that are struggling. At one point, he was in a different type of federal building, but now he's getting honored today. So we thank you very much for that. I also want to welcome Joaquin Aganza, who will be speaking a little bit more about Encuentros, and we appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Encuentros leadership is grateful for this opportunity from Supervisor Jim Desmond and his community liaison, Adrian Cisneros Seligman, for this opportunity. Looking back, Encuentros is specifically, its mission is to help Latino boys have successful educational and career outcomes. We've made a great deal of progress in the high school dropout rate, which used to be very high, especially I think Latino young men were the highest statistic in there, along with Native Americans, also affecting African Americans. That statistic has improved. What has continued to be a very glaring failure in our efforts with young Latino men, is the high dropout rate from universities and colleges. You can graduate with a high GPA, you can be accepted by a university, but then nobody notices the statistics when 4 years later you're not graduating. And so this is what we want to continue to affect. Myself, My career has been in school psychology, both as a school psychologist for Vista Unified and as a professor at San Diego State in the graduate program for school psychologists. And since being a child in school, I grew up in East Los Angeles, where Latinos made up probably over 90% of the student body in the schools I attended. I was always very curious as to why some of my peers were successful in school and others were not, and what were the factors that affected them. So this is something that when Encuentros was introduced to me right around 2003, I saw this as a fantastic intervention so that Latino young men could feel that they wouldn't be giving up on their heritage culture by being successful in school. And so that is the exact bridge that Encuentros affects. It is a mental health issue, because if you don't see yourself as benefiting from your education, you don't see yourself in the books, you don't see yourself in the curriculum, you don't see yourself in the stories that the teacher tells, you start getting the feeling that school is not something that can be a successful endeavor for you. And even though if you go into Mexico and other Latin American countries, their schools are filled with teachers, you know, their corporations are filled with engineers and CEOs and scientists, and so there isn't something wrong with the culture. It is making that adjustment to becoming successful in the United States with, you know, our own mainstream culture here. So that is the exact point where Encuentros is looking to affect. We still are very, very underrepresented in the teaching community. So if you don't see teachers in your classroom, you start getting the idea that's not something that Latinos will end up being successful at. So, and this is what we want to affect. So we really appreciate this recognition of our work, which we're going to continue. And thank you again, all of you, for this recognition.
Come on, we got to get up front here. Come on. In the front.
I'm right here. Come on.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the awardees and organizations and folks this morning who received a proclamation. Before we begin this meeting, I want to take a moment to address some house rules. Public engagement is the cornerstone of transparent and accountable government, and these Board of Supervisors meetings are one of the primary venues where all San Diegans can make their voices heard. The county is committed to a work environment free from unlawful discrimination and harassment, including sexual, racial, religious, age, disability, or any other form of discrimination or harassment. Under the board's rules, speakers are not allowed to use loud shouting, threatening, impertinent, slanderous, profane, or abusive language to any member of the board, staff, or the general public. Additionally, all remarks and questions must remain on topic during the duration of your speaking time and must be addressed to the board and not to county staff. Any speaker who engages in comments that break these rules will be issued a warning. After one warning, you will be asked to leave the chambers for the rest of the meeting. Finally, speakers threatening violence may be reported to law enforcement and removed from the meeting. This is a space for community engagement, deliberation, and progress, not for harassment, violence, and hate. We will now proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on the meeting agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Under the board's rules, speakers can only speak once per meeting for non-agenda public communication, either at today's general legislative session or tomorrow's land use legislative session, but not both sessions. Speakers may select which session to address the board at their own convenience. To better facilitate the meeting for non-agenda public comment, we will have 5 speakers in person and 5 speakers by phone. To ensure fairness, the first 5 in-person speakers for non-agenda public comment will now be randomly selected. The rest of non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's session. Additionally, in accordance with board rules, in order to ensure timely completion of today's agenda, for any discussion item with 10 or more speakers, individuals will have 1 minute to share their opinion at the chair's discretion. A reminder that according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments. And a final reminder, according to the board's rules of procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or do anything that disrupts the proceedings. If you disrupt the meeting, you will be given 1 warning, and after that, 1 warning. If you disrupt the meeting again, you will be directed to leave the chamber for the remainder of the meeting. Andrew, can you call the speakers, please?
Thank you, Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp. We have 21 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 5 individuals in person, and 16 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. We'll hear from all 5 in-person speakers this morning. All the remaining speakers for those that requested to speak by phone will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Paul Dunlap, Sarah Ochoa, Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, and Parita Javier. If I've called your name, please come forward. And you're welcome to come forward in any order if I've called your name.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sarah Ochoa, and I'm joined here by my friend,
Tama Becker-Verano.
Thank you. And we just wanted to stop by and thank our county supervisors, Chair Lawson Reamer, who's not here, and especially Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, and my supervisor, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre. Thank you so much for showing up for our communities every day. The proclamations this morning were so exemplary of the calling out the gold that all of you do every day that you serve our communities. The representation that you offer. I know that living in South Bay, We have a champion in Supervisor Aguirre for our air quality, water quality. I know that my little one who's here dressed as a unicorn and playing terrible YouTube games, I know that her future is brighter because of your leadership. So I just wanted to take a moment. I know that a lot of times you are fighting against forces outside of this county that seek to undermine our safety, our community's well-being, their ability to feed their families, and you, each of you, are carrying our trust every single day that you show up and do your job and go above and beyond. So just wanted to say thank you. Tama's joining me as well. We got some other folks who are calling in to express their gratitude as well. And I just truly believe that because of your leadership and how you center humanity, it creates space for everyone, even those who might be of a different partisan alignment. Because you represent all of us, you actually add to that representation and make a space for everyone. So thank you so much, and thank you for your leadership and your ongoing public service. Thanks.
Thank you.
We see you, we hear you, and we respect you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If I've called your name, please come forward. Paul Dunlap, Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra and Parita Javier.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We have learned from this proclamation, Ma'am Steve, Ma'am Aguirre, Sir Desmond, Sir Anderson, my classmate at Sandag. It was a teaching tool for us, and you proclaim it good, better, best. We saw your smiles, gestures of acknowledgement of good governance by our San Diegans. Now my question is, are your services as decision makers matches with theirs? You were just proclaiming, oh, thank you, you have. What have you done to us victims of air pollution from a home business next door? From the victims of the Tijuana River Valley pollution? Excuse me, something is wrong. In all our agenda since we were here and since when Nora Vargas' mom declared crisis, what was the response of the team? Leadership of the county. Safety, health, survivability of San Diegans. I speak with respect within my level of intelligence, if I may humbly say. Something is wrong. Land use is failing, environmental failing, legal aspect failing. What more can I say respectfully? Let's work together to solve it.
Thank you.
It's a crisis.
Thank you.
And we have money.
Thank you, Cesar.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Would you like to have Parita speak, Cesar?
Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. Come on, it's your turn. We are part of governance. And we are not hateful of you guys, but we are willing.
Thank you, Cesar. Your time is up. It's time for Parita's. Thank you.
Thank God. Excuse me. We are here once more to join you and work on the healthy and full life of San days on their twilight years. Good.
This is a victim
governance.
of toxicity, so you would understand, ma'am. Slow down. Read it clearly because...
Good. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You can proceed at your.
Good. You can just.
Can I read this, ma'am?
Yes.
No. I do not want. You read it, please. Sacrifice.
Good governance demands, excuse me, a perfect union working together to ensure healthy well-being of man from conception, birth, maternity, to twilight years, to the grave. We have been with you to help us bring to the attention of lawful authorities and their home business, ceramics manufacturing with kiln, so which is not supposed to be.
Thank you.
That's...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Never ends. You always have your child trafficking network here, and so I'd like to give you guys an update on the Robinson Lopez family that you guys worked so diligently to terminate. They just had their last visit on Thursday. It was so exciting, right, Alfredo and Elizabeth? And there was even an expert that came into the courtroom and was saying how detrimental it would be to sever this bond. And as you guys recall, you know, just leaving visits, these are types of things that they would do. Imagine that being a permanent thing these children do when they say, you can't go see your mom anymore. She's not your mom anymore. And you will never meet your siblings because these people decided that there was no bond. And then they said, you know what? No, they're just adoptable. How cool is that, right? And, you know, when they do things like this, they just go through, you know, behavioral health therapy. And get put on, you know, psychotropics and... Isn't that music to your ears? It's good, right, you guys? You're doing that. Good job. You guys get paid a pretty penny from ASFA to adopt these kids out, so congratulations on traumatizing Malika and Zaya for the rest of their life. And they're going to beg to see their mother over and over again.
Final call for Paul Dunlap. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Again, in accordance with the board's rules, we'll hear from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments. We will start with our first caller.
Barbara Gordon. As a health advocate, mental health services are vital, especially for individuals with justice involvement, many due to substance abuse. I wanted to share with you today SANDAG's 2025 Juvenile Arrestee Drug Use Report. This is self-reported by juveniles who have been arrested. Marijuana continues to be the most popular drug used. Consistent with previous years, marijuana at 93% was the most commonly used substance among those juveniles interviewed. Youth who were asked about recent drug use, marijuana showed the greatest percentage of recent use, with 73% used in the past 30 days. And most of those who had used marijuana perceived it as harmless. When asked about the ease of assessing certain substances, 79% of respondents described marijuana as very easy or easy to obtain. And youth perception of marijuana is that it's easier to obtain than both tobacco and alcohol. This report underscores the risk of the counties advocating for the widespread marketing of marijuana, whether it's in a storefront, a cultivation site, consumption lounges. You know, the accessibility and availability of marijuana is unparalleled compared to other drugs in the county. When policymakers like you advocate for more pot shops, it makes our society less safe. People do not make the best decisions when they are high or stoned. Please stop putting profits over the health and safety of our young people. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hey, Consuelo here. So, yeah, congratulations, Paloma. You got your friends to come speak up for you. Okay. So just for that, I want to dedicate my speech to the ones who aren't paying attention, clearly not paying attention. So let's focus on how sloppy and inefficient our local county government agencies have been operating. Okay, to top it off, many of you guys, many of them have the audacity to be arrogant about it because hardly anyone is holding them accountable. The majority of people in this county don't know who these people are, who any of you are, what these agencies do, or how much control they have over our lives and of our county. And that's why it's going straight to hell because of it. From the Water Authority to SANDAG, many of these agencies can't even uphold the most basic parts of public meetings, posting information for the public to review. And that's the bare minimum. So when local government agencies consistently fail at simple responsibilities like transparency, it's no wonder the larger issues under their control continue to get worse. Yet, people still play the game. People still believe the vote will fix everything. People still believe in the illusion of a two-party system. People continue to be willfully ignorant and forget that they do not need to be governed. But I suppose it's easier that way, right? Nobody wants to take responsibility for their own lives, and if things fall apart, at least they don't have to blame themselves. Such a clown world. Anyways, yeah, but I want to end with a silver lining. I want to remind the people that they do have the capacity to govern themselves. People are more than capable of making decisions for their own lives. They've simply been programmed for...
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
All aboard. I'm glad to see such a short discussion agenda now that the self-interested term limit expanding charter measure was approved on the ballot. So there's no need for political posturing right now. But I was really shocked when I heard Deputy CIO last meeting say that the financial situation is marked by continued but moderated growth in the economy. In fact, at least 90% of us regard it as wacko and out of control. You have acknowledged all the problems around federal budget cuts. In fact, one of the slides says a factor in planning is economic uncertainty. By the way, if you, the post-19th century president who cut our national debt most was Calvin Coolidge, if you need a model on reducing government debt. Like, I'm talking about your debt, the county's debt. But everywhere prices are rising. Homelessness does not seem to be going away. Fewer people can afford homes, and the average size of apartments is also shrinking. Medical expenses up the wazoo, fueled by Big Pharma and its eternal quest to provide more and more drugs and vaccines to medicate the people into oblivion. Yet you seem to choose the most expensive methods to provide housing. We're in expensive and illegal wars, corrupt and wasteful spending everywhere. The bullet train, the homeless and affordability crisis. A lot of it is political virtue signaling. Governments need to get a grip and realize this. We are not your cash cows. We give you our good money. We expect a good return, not endless.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Pam, funny how those that oppose hate always express their hate towards those with whom they disagree, as evidenced by the necklace worn by one of the first speakers. Monica declared the necessity for safe spaces for people in a specially identified LGBT group, but did not declare the assurance of safe spaces for girls and women. The women on this board promote men pretending to be women and grant them unearned privileged position to invade spaces for and negate the rights of girls and women. Autogynephilia is defined as a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female. It is not hateful to not affirm lies. It is loving to confirm the truth. On another topic, why is the poor family of Katie Osorio, quote, wanting answers from the county, quote? Per local news, on May 22nd, reportedly and allegedly, the perpetrator of the deadly hit and run is a county employee, Asma Elliott. Was she on county business, driving a county car? Did she contact the county after the incident? Hopefully this alleged act does not reflect the core characters of the employees of this county. By the way, has this board shown support to the family of Ms. Osorio, similar to that shown to the victims of the mosque shooting? Or was that pandering to another specially identified group of people? On a final topic, especially with the agenda of spiritual darkness the women on this board promote regarding abortion, we all know by now that the poor baby delivered at 32 weeks due to the shooting and killing of her young mother has died. And supposedly the prosecution is considering the death penalty. Isn't it ironic a mother can choose to brutally murder the baby in her womb by abortion and then walk free? What is the difference? Nothing. Abortion murders millions of human babies in the wombs of their mothers.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Peggy Walker, good morning. I want to speak to the proposed marijuana expansion program. In addition to solid reasons for not enacting this unwanted program, things like child endangerment, severe mental health consequences, upticks in ER and hospitalization admission rates, dropout, addiction, homelessness, DUIs, and negative environmental and quality of life impacts, new reasons for not passing this program surface daily. A new California youth survey shows rural youth are twice as likely to use pot as city kids. LGBTQ kids are also twice as likely. Black youth have higher use rates. Typical initiation of youth is now age 16. A national drug survey showed 1 in 4 aged 18 to 24 used in the past month. Studies report disproportionate increases in marijuana-related disorders in those 12 to 20. That shows youth under 21 are seriously impacted by commercialization, with male use rates higher. When marijuana is sold close to home, kids have higher rates of psychosis. Marijuana is the #1 drug found in toxicology reports of San Diego suicide victims under 25. Its availability increases rates of cannabis hypermesis syndrome, addiction, and child poisoning. That's just an inkling of the damaging legacy you'll be visiting upon youth with this program. It's objectionable to push through psychotropic drugs while it takes years to get a new public school. Please consider that something's terribly wrong when drug profiteering takes precedence over kids' well-being.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller this morning.
Hey, it's truth. During the May 20th meeting, Supervisor Manuela Paloma Aguirre again publicly retaliated against me during my non-agenda comments when I was relaying my May 1st experience of public doxing retaliation by Supervisor Aguirre against my chosen identity. She tried to get Monica to stop me, though I violated no board rules nor policies. Unfortunately, Manuela keeps digging legal holes for herself as this incident provides even more evidence of a pattern and practice of malicious intent, harassment, and retaliation by Supervisor Manuela Paloma Aguirre towards myself. Monica, thank you for honoring the law and ignoring Manuela's demand to interrupt my free speech. Why Manuela resists my free speech? In PRA number 26-2650, county staff lied and claimed no communications between Supervisor Manuela Paloma Aguirre and Delio existed when I was already in possession of a county released call record between them from PRA number 26-2461. In PRA number 26-2760, county staff then claimed that all communications between Supervisor Manuela Paloma Aguirre and Delio using a public phone are somehow exempt from the California Public Records Act simply because that's allegedly her spouse. Yet there's no identifying factors, and her husband's name is actually Jose. The truth is that there are no spousal exemptions within Government Code Sections 7927, 7928, or anywhere within Division 10 access to public records. So because I know the law, in PRA number 26-2874, I requested all communications between Supervisor Manuela Paloma Aguirre and Delio regarding public business at Sandac. Questions. One is Supervisor Manuela Paloma Aguirre using her publicly funded phone for private communications with her husband. Two is the county making exemptions to the California Public Records Act for all marital communications of every public employee or only for Supervisor Aguirre. Three, why did the county assume that every communication between Supervisor Aguirre and the unknown Delio is personal in nature? Doesn't that confirm that the county first denied the public access to the public business records I requested?
Thank you. Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, that concludes a request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes or statement of proceedings for the general legislative session of May 19, 2026 and May 20, 2026. I would now entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and call the vote.
Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent agenda. This is items 1 through 17. All items on the consent agenda are routine and will be acted upon with one motion. Individuals will be able to comment on the consent agenda after the supervisors pull items that they would like to pull for discussion. I'm just going to go ahead and start this because I do want to move the consent agenda with one change. I would like to withdraw Kyle Herman's appointment to the Valley de Oro Community Planning Group. This is based off of concerns Mr. Herman may not be able to abide by the county's board and commission's code of conduct. So I do want to make that one change and make that motion before I go to my colleagues, and I'll start with Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
None, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Yeah, I didn't have the page open to the appointments. It was the Harry Williamson. Is that the one you want to pull?
Kyle Herman.
Kyle Herman. Kyle Herman. Oh, okay, that's your appointee. All right.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, but
Okay.
you never know what we may do up here, but try not to pull other people.
Well, no, that's okay. No, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was just checking. I didn't know. So I appreciate that. I don't have any items to pull, but I do have a comment on item 7. Last month, we received a behavioral health presentation where they discussed the need for children's crisis services in the county. And I asked to see a plan for that to be expanded, services for children in North County. And I'm glad to see that the Children Crisis Services is moving forward in North County with this action today in item 7. I'll go ahead and second the motion on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, we will go to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp. We have 34 requests to speak on matters on the consent agenda, 21 in person and 13 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on the items on the consent agenda by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. And I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the record. And when speaking, please identify which item or items on the consent agenda you are speaking about. I will be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Crystal Irving, Adrian Cheaprace, and Victoria Carrillo. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Irving, and I'm proud to serve as president of SEIU Local 221. As the first speaker on item 17 in communications, it includes a letter from SEIU 221 and the study that was conducted by Foster & Foster about the cost of eliminating Tier D and placing all current and future employees onto Tier C going forward. The study shows what we already knew. It is a tiny percentage of the overall county budget compared to the impact it will have on workers and the services they provide. Eliminating Tier D will help recruit and retain quality employees that our communities depend on every single day. And let me just say, I served on the negotiations team for 2017, so I was there when then Chair Kristen Gaspar bragged about offering the lowest legal level retirement for county workers. But what she left out was the impact that this would have on the workforce as well as the communities that we get to serve every single day. And so now we have an opportunity to do right by county workers, and not just right by county workers, but by the communities that they get to serve, because it truly does have an impact on how we serve the communities by recruiting and retaining the best people to implement these programs and processes that our county so desperately relies on. So today, SEIU members and other county employee unions are here to send a message that it is time to do right by workers, and it is time to undo the harm that was caused in 2017 and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Adrian Cheaprace, a proud SEIU member and a county employee for 2.5 years. Today, as we consider item 17, we are faced with a clear and simple question. Will we do the right thing for the people who dedicate their working lives to serving this county? The cost of eliminating Tier D is small, but the impact of keeping it in place is enormous. Doing the right thing means acknowledging that Tier D created a retirement inequity in 2017 that has affected thousands of county employees who show up to work every day to support our residents. When workers can't count on a fair and stable retirement, it becomes harder for the county to recruit and keep the skilled, experienced workforce essential to delivering high-quality public services. That affects every community we serve. By moving Tier D employees into Tier C, we aren't just fixing a policy. We're strengthening the foundation of the services residents rely on, from safety and health to social support. Doing the right thing means standing up for fairness, honoring the dignity of public service, and investing in the people who invest in our communities every single day. The path forward is clear. Eliminate Tier D and build a stronger, more stable, and a more just future for our workforce and all county residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'll call 3 additional speakers. Morgan Smith, Oscar Hagstrom, and Benjamin Wong. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Victoria Carrillo, proud SEIU Local 221 member and County of San Diego employee for the past 1.5 years, Office Support Specialist. I'm here today to support item number 17 because, as some of the previous speakers have said, it is a moral obligation for us to fix the retirement system that we currently have right now. When we do not invest in our retirement, we lose frontline workers and we lose an investment in the community for vital services such as public safety, health care, customer service, public works. It affects all walks and all types of different county departments when we don't invest in our workforce. No one should have to choose between serving their community and securing a dignified retirement. We need to restore the promise that public service should be a stable career and not a gamble. So with this, I support item number 17 for the cost study and to reform Tier D, move everyone up to Tier C retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Morgan Smith. I'm here to speak on item 17. I work as a public health nurse at 2 of our county clinics, and I've been with the county for almost 4.5 years. Thank you for your time and consideration of the Foster and Frost report detailing the cost related to ending Tier D for county employees. Eliminating Tier D is critical for attracting and retaining our staff. I've seen the impact when our nurses and other key staff leave the county for better pay and especially for better retirement security. These departures reduce productivity, negatively impact team morale, increase client wait times, and overall result in our communities receiving suboptimal services. Our patients deserve better. I encourage the board to review the report carefully and work with employees to end Tier D. The direct cost to the county for moving staff to Tier C will be more than offset by increased staff retention, improved service delivery, and better outcomes for the people we serve. Eliminating Tier D is financially sustainable, and it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, good morning, honorable members of the board. My name is Oscar Hagstrom, and I am the Vice President of the San Diego Deputy District Attorneys Association. I'm proud to be here representing over 350 deputy district attorneys as well as over 15 child support attorneys. And we are here to voice our support for the elimination of Tier D. I'm proud to tell you that it is well known within the community of prosecutors that the San Diego DA's office is one of the premier DA's offices in the country and is very well known as such. And I'm also proud to tell you that our office has a reputation for dedicated lifelong prosecutors. Now, since the implementation of Tier D, there has been, unfortunately, a bit of a decline in our ability to retain and recruit talented prosecutors. That issue is coming to a critical point in a couple of short years. For prosecutors, many of us rely on public loan forgiveness. And in 2028, that will come to fruition with Tier D members in our office. Tier D is something that is now well known to our membership. And I'll tell you, as a vice president, it's one of the most common things that comes up from our members. And we've already faced issues with people leaving to rival government agencies that don't have as poor of a retirement system as Tier D, even considering PEPRA. And with the 10-year mark and public loan forgiveness, then we're going to face an even more pronounced issue when it comes to people considering the private sector. Our job is inherently stressful. When it comes to high-stakes jury trials, the issue of burnout is real. And the prospect of having to work 40-plus years in that type of stressful environment is the type of thing that causes people to consider leaving our office. So it is our hope and desire to continue the climate of being one of the best offices and support the elimination of Tier D.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'll call 3 additional speakers. Nareen Karakashian, Cesar Javier, and David Levine. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Ben Wong, and a proud member of the SAIU Local 221. I work with Air Pollution Control District. I'm here in support of item 17. I encourage the board to carefully review the Tier D impact study and consider steps to transition Tier D employees to Tier C. The report shows that the long-term cost to the county is a very small portion of the county's overall budget, while the benefits to the workforce, stability, recruitment, and retention would be significant. Ending Tier D would strengthen services for the community by supporting the employees who keep these programs running. In the long run, eliminating Tier D is a win-win-win for the county, the community, and the county employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is David Levine. I am a Deputy Public Defender speaking for the almost 300 public defenders of the Public Defender Association. Tier A and Tier B help to make public defense a career. Tier D makes it a stop on the way to somewhere else. Tier A could approach 90% of final compensation. Tier B could approach 80%. Tier D is closer to 50% with a later retirement age. That is a retention issue, not just a pension issue. It is bad for the county. It is bad for public defense. It is bad for newer public defenders trying to build a life, build a career, and stay in public service. A pension should help people stay. Tier D tells people to leave. The county should not ask people to dedicate their careers to public service while giving them a retirement plan that points them toward the door. Please address Tier D. Thank you.
Thank you. So next speaker is coming forward. I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Allegedly Audra, Ted Mansour, and Brian Lafferty.
May I? Okay. Good morning to the esteemed board members. My name is Nadina Karakashian. I am a Deputy Public Defender, and I am a member of the Public Defender Association of San Diego. And I'm here to urge you all to address the discrepancy in our tiered pension system. Tier D, as it currently stands, undermines our county's ability to recruit and retain dedicated public servants. When talented attorneys weigh a career in public service, they often accept lower salaries than they would receive in the public sector in exchange for stability and security in retirement. Tier D, however, breaks that promise. It signals to public servants that considering a career with the county, that their long-term commitment is not valued. The result is turnover, vacancy, and a workforce that struggles to serve the public, and in turn, especially in our work in public defense, it impacts our indigent community members most. We are glad that the county has been studying this issue publicly, and we urge the board to take considerable steps towards a solution in eliminating Tier D altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cesar and Purita. Can I use the unused time? In this consent portion of the agenda today, we will focus only on health, human services. We have attended many meetings under the umbrella of these human and health services, and we learn of so many advisory boards. My first question is, were these items endorsed to the members of the board? Or you just, by the wind, oh, we have to put this in the agenda program? And who is doing all this programming of the agenda? Man is the center, the focus of urban planning, his shelter, and from there, the expected modern society. This is a very important aspect in governance, interest in citizens' survival. Mama Aguirre declared January 2026, people are sick and dying. What is the follow-up? What is the follow-through to ensure that the ball will reach the hole in a golf course? How many strokes do we have to do? We ask this to help you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Acting Chair and members of the board. My name is Ted Mansour, and I'm the Vice President of the San Diego District Attorney Investigators Association. And I'm here today in support of acting upon the Tier D retirement cost study, item number 17, with the goal of eliminating the Tier D retirement benefit structure for county employees. The study confirms what Tier D employees have known for years. They perform the same mission, shoulder the same responsibilities, and serve the same residents as their coworkers, yet they retire with significantly lower benefits. This creates a two-tier workforce that impacts morale, retention, recruitment, the long-term organizational stability, all of which directly affects public safety in the county. The county invests substantial resources in hiring and training talented law enforcement personnel. However, when prospective candidates compare retirement benefits with neighboring agencies, Tier D becomes a competitive disadvantage. Experienced investigators are seeking opportunities elsewhere. Eliminating Tier D is not simply a retirement issue, it is a public safety workforce investment issue. It demonstrates that the county values fairness, recognizes employee contributions, and is committed to attracting and retaining the dedicated professionals who provide essential public safety services every day. I respectfully urge the board to support the recommendations arising from this cost study and take meaningful steps towards ending Tier D retirement inequities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brian Lafferty, proud member of SEIU Local 221, and I'm speaking on item 17. And I want to first put on the record why we have Tier D in the first place. It began in 2010 when voters passed term limits for the Board of Supervisors. In 2017, for the members of the Board of Supervisors, Ron Roberts, Greg Cox, Diane Jacob, and Bill Horn were going to be termed out in 2018 and 2020. And they could not handle no longer being supervisors. They could not handle that. So what they did was, with the help of Kristen Gaspar, they forced Tier D on everyone as retaliation for having term limits imposed. And if you actually look at the cost study, and you will see that for each year through 2043, even in 2043, the cost to move everyone from Tier D to Tier C is $69.4 million around $69 million in 2043. That is not even with assuming the budget's $9 billion, that is not even close to 1% of the overall budget. This is the fact that this is less than 1% of the budget each year is proof that this was not about saving the county money, but this was about hurting employees. You've heard from cops, you've heard from prosecutors, you've heard from public defenders, and you've heard from fellow members. Tier D is bad for everyone. I urge this board to please get rid of Tier D because it is bad for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Joshua Bayona, Robert Pitt, and Steve Y.
Just want to remind you, because how annoying is this, right, when kids do that? So it's good that you are accepting your blood money for the Polinsky Center instead of, doing some kind of audit and shutting it down because of the sexual, mental, and physical abuse that's taking place with the children that you put in there, that you rip apart from their families. I mean, shit, you guys traffic or exploit people from cradle to grave. And you actively engage in this so that you can put them in your programs, right? You have your programs for your psychiatric units where you go in and you torture children and then put them on psychotropic drugs and ensure that they are further traumatized because you make money off of it. It's psychopathic behavior because that doesn't bother you guys. Like this is what you create. You literally do this to children, and it doesn't bother you. And it's like Tara just had a baby. Imagine if somebody went to the hospital and told her that you're neglecting your child and we're going to just take it. And then we'll go ahead and put it in the Polinsky Center. And then after that, we'll go ahead and terminate your rights because that child's adoptable, especially when they're newborns. Very lucrative. And then say you can never see your child again because you're not a mom. How cool is that? What great money well spent. Huh, Jim? Isn't it? I mean, isn't it great to hear this? I mean, because I just feel like let's just keep listening to it because it's so just beautiful.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Just one moment. Allegedly, Audra, could you turn off the phone so people can hear other speakers? Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning. I'm Steve Y, DPW employee for the last 8 years, proud SEIU member, and I'll be speaking on item 17, Tier D cost study report. When we compare tiers C and D, the impact on residents becomes clear. Tier C gives employees a realistic path to retirement, but Tier D is so inadequate that a worker needs to work for more than 6 decades of service to retire with a full pension. That kind of insecurity pushes people away from county jobs, and residents feel the consequences. When workers leave or choose not to apply for county jobs, departments struggle to stay fully staffed. That means slower response times, longer waits, fewer experienced employees to protect public health, maintain infrastructure, support families, and respond during emergencies. High turnover drains institutional knowledge and weakens the quality and consistency of services that our residents rely on every single day. Fixing Tier D isn't just about fairness for employees, it's about protecting our community. A stable, experienced workforce delivers better service. Let me say that again. A stable, experienced workforce delivers better service. Working towards eliminating Tier D will help the county recruit and retain skilled workers, strengthen essential services, and ensure that residents receive the dependable support that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Bayona. I'm a civil engineer, and I'm also a proud SEIU Local 221 union member. I've been at the county for about 9 years, so luckily I got into Tier C, but Tier D definitely does impact me as well because it has an impact on staff retention. You may have heard it echoed multiple times by folks here before me. And unfortunately, that means you burn out other staff members as well. Tier C, Tier A, Tier B, the lucky guys. Anywho, like I said, Tier D is a detriment to the county workforce, which in turn negatively impacts the service that workforce can provide for its community. The county must invest in its workers because in turn, by doing so, you're investing in the community. You're giving a better service to the community. A strong retirement helps recruit top talent and helps retain experienced workers. Per the Tier D study that you guys have made available to you by the Foster & Foster, it's evidently clear that it's economically feasible for the county to move current Tier D staff and shift them over to Tier C. The county must, like I said before, must invest in its community, and you can do that by shifting folks over, and that will retain, attract, and appropriately compensate its workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Celine Gonzalez, Casey Shirk, and Zach Register.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Pitt. I'm a child support officer with the county. I've been doing so for 24 years. I'd like to ask everyone on this board a quick question. Do you remember grade school? Do you remember what your teacher did when you were in grade school? If something was important, they used a visual aid. I'm your visual aid. I'm a member of Tier A. Tier D doesn't affect me, right? Well, it does, because I work with the people that are in Tier D. I see the turnover because of Tier D. You'll see my hat says Union Steward. I speak with all the new hires, and they're shocked when they find out they have to work 62 years to get a full retirement. Not to the age of 62, which is what they've been told, or 40 years, like in Tier C, they have to work 62 years. Show me anywhere in PEPRA where it says that's mandated. You won't find it because it's not legislatively mandated. As has been spoken to, it was voluntarily forced upon the workforce and forced upon the public of the County of San Diego. It doesn't have to be here, and it can be fixed. Moving people in Tier D into Tier C will not be an economic downfall. It will be a windfall because it will create more people staying in the same jobs. You won't have to have as many new hires. There won't be the continual turnover and the constant training that I see in my department. It's non-stop. So one of the things that I would like to point out in the Foster study, they didn't spell it correctly. They spelled Tier D, T-I-E-R. It's T-E-A-R, because you should want to cry if you keep Tier D in place. Thank you for your time. Don't forget your visual aid.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here to support item 17. My name is Celine Gonzalez. I'm a proud SIU 221 member. I've been working with the county since 2021. I am a CNA at Edgemore, and I work with the elderly, senior, disabled, and I also support the behavioral health unit. I get to see the first hand how time changes a person. I do it because I love my job, and this deserves a compensation, a dignity retirement too. I am currently in Tier D. Under this retirement plan, in order to qualify for full benefits, I need to work until I'm 89 years old, and this brings me so much worry of what my future holds. I know life is not guaranteed, but I've been working hard all my life to provide a good retirement for me and to make sure that when time comes, I can still enjoy my retirement and be mobile. We need to move Tier D to Tier C. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Casey Shirk. I am a human services specialist where I have started my county career 2 years ago, and I am also a proud SEIU Local 221 member. As you heard my union brothers and sisters talk about, so you've heard kind of the widespread impact of how Tier D negatively affects us. I'm going to be setting my words aside here. I'm going to be speaking to you more as a human today because I am negatively impacted by Tier D. I am under the Tier D pension plan. When I started with the county at 27 years old, I had minimal hopes of ever retiring. I'm a realist. I wasn't expecting Social Security to come through for me when it comes time. And so it was nice to have some hope of having a pension plan that would cover me when time comes for me to retire. So imagine my disappointment and anger when I found out that I would have to work 62 years to have a dignified retirement. I'd started at 27, 62 years. That would put me roughly at 89 years old. I had no
89-year-old person has any business continuing to work a full-time job? None. Looking at the reality of the lifespan of the women in my family, I will likely die before seeing my full pension plan. I want to repeat that. I will likely die before I see my full pension plan. I am but a reflection of the other folks who are negatively impacted by Tier D too. And I want you to hear from somebody who is facing this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call the remaining speakers in person. Adriana Bagby, Christopher Tinoco, and Heather Baston. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zach Register, and I'm here speaking on the item 17. I'm a proud member of SEIU 221 and an employee of DPW's Construction Engineering Department of 2.5 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of all county employees impacted by the abysmal retirement plan that is Tier D. Tier D not only affects the county employees, but all of its citizens. If we are not able to hire or retain trained and experienced workers, we will not be able to provide the county with the best possible services. My Department of Construction Engineering has experienced horrid turnover and retention throughout my employment at the county. To put that into perspective, I'm the 12th longest tenured employee of a department of 24 with only 2.5 years of experience. Nearly every engineer who has left has cited the degrading retirement plan that is Tier D as a part of their reason for leaving the county. Nearly all new hires that are experienced engineers express worry of staying long-term due to Tier D. The Foster & Foster study proves that removal of Tier D is financially feasible for the county. I hope all of San Diego County, for all of San Diego County's sake, the board will proceed with eliminating Tier D and move all of us hardworking public servants to Tier C. Thank you for your time, and I hope you do the right thing for the county's citizens.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Adriana Bagby. It's really nice to see all the diversity up here. It gives me a little bit of hope that you will listen to our plea. The main reason I'm here is because I work supporting our families in San Diego. I work with the healthy families, working in the core program, and making sure that the families have the support they need. We work with the families that need it the most, and I love doing my job. I don't work with anyone that is working in my department to be rich. I work with nurses, I work with social workers, and none of them are working here because they want to be rich. They want to be here because they want to be helping the community and making a better society, especially on these rough times. Unfortunately, I found out, I just working here for a year, that I won't be able to retire until I'm almost 100 years old. So that brings me incredible sadness because I work really, really hard, and as a person of color, when I see another difference made with people retire with Tier E, and then here I am retiring TD, it makes another difference. We all work incredible hard on what we do. The money that we get is not compensated and is not equal to all the job that we do. I'm really, really hoping that you can hear our plea, and I'm hoping that you can see that we are not here because we don't deserve our retirement. We are here because we finally have a little bit board that can help us in see the way that we see. I see color in here, and I need to say it, because before I never see color and I never feel representation. For the first time in the board, I feel represented, and I really, really hope that you can support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right. Good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Board of Supervisors, and Chief Administrative Officer. My name is Chris, and I am a county employee and a proud SEIU 221 member. First, congratulations to Supervisor Jim Desmond on advancing to our general election. One of the most common concerns we hear about today is affordability. County employees are also members of this community, and we face many of the same financial challenges as the residents we serve. Retirement benefits can help address part of the affordability crisis. Not necessarily today, but for future generations of the county employees. Strengthening retirement security helps ensure that those who dedicate their careers to public service can retire with dignity and financial stability, leaving a stronger foundation for the workforce that follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Heather, and I'm a proud SEIU 221 member and county employee. I have been with Strengths-Based Case Management under Behavioral Health Services Department for about a year and a half, which places me in Tier D pension. As a county mental health program, we serve some of our most vulnerable community members, those living with serious mental illness. Every single day, we support our clients with managing their daily living, their own care, in an effort to carry them forward toward a more independent future. The county agreed to consider looking into a study supporting the elimination of the employee pension disaster known as Tier D. This is one of the lowest legal retirement benefits. I ask you, is this really the best the county can do for those who serve our community? County workers deserve to retire with dignity, and we urge the county to continue moving towards retirement fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments. We will start with our first caller. First caller's Consuelo. Your device might be...
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was muted. Okay, so, yeah, Consuelo here. I just kind of wanted to point out, like, listening to all the speakers speaking in and talking about the unfairness and the, you know, the way the system works. I just really have to say, like, you know, it is so unfair. Some of the things that you guys do, the speakers who spoke up, you do more important things than somebody who swings the bat and has, you know, who's an MVP of the National Baseball League, and they get paid millions upon millions of dollars. And you people who make a significant difference are getting paid crumbs. And then you go up there and you're talking about, well, we're not trying to get rich. Well, guess what? In this system, you're never going to get rich, because that is exactly how they have you. They have you thinking small. They have you believing, like, I'm not worthy. I'm here to beg the government and to keep it going because, you know, it's because of them I exist. No, it's not. It's because of them you're suffering. It's because of them you're begging. And it's pathetic that people don't open their eyes to the reality of things like I just mentioned, a baseball player who does absolutely nothing makes more than somebody who risks their lives as a soldier fighting a war that they never even started, a rich man's war. It's so pathetically backwards, and I look forward to the day people are waking up and seeing exactly what they are perpetuating with their votes, with their consent, and I, for one, do not consent to any of this. I will not comply to any of the bullshit that they have over us. It's ridiculous. They have us divided. The proclamations alone were a sign of how divided we are. And they keep us divided. They keep thinking, they keep having us think that there are two sides. No, there's just one side. It really is the state versus...
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, Paul Bold, Santee Library lease. You'd be renting space about 2/3 of the recommended size. The people of Santee and the library users deserve better. Maybe put in some 3D printed or tiny homes there to augment the library area instead of homes for druggies across from the liquor store in Spring Valley. health center bonds. Although Herald Christian Health Center is a religious healthcare organization, it does have good reviews. But we don't know exactly who'll get the bonds. There's an existing center at the site. The attachment 4 loan application says it's for the building rather than new land or construction, but the $4.5 million seems expensive for renovation. Maybe a good loan, but until we know exactly what will be used for and by who, you'd be nuts to approve a $4.5 million bond issuance. And of course, there were no public comments at the hearing since the notice was published on the Cal Enterprise Development Authority website, not what would normally be considered publicly. Polinsky Center gift. I'm not sure if the donors know all about the Polinsky Center or the CWFB. Maybe the thank you letter should add something about child abuse and sexual perversion, maybe throw in a few pedos, or maybe even install a police center inside the center. I noticed that donations dropped from nearly $48 million in 2024 to $26.5 million in 2025.
And we'll hear from our next caller.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Lippett, and I'd like to address item 18, which is Supervisor Anderson's revised charter resolution, because it makes sense and it's transparent, and we do not deserve to have county.
Ma'am, I apologize for that. We will give you an opportunity to speak on that. That is the next item we're hearing. It's not a part of the consent agenda. So if you have items on the consent agenda, numbers 1 through 17, feel free to speak on those now. Thank you so much.
7, I'd like to address item 7. All psychiatry residents should be provided an update on the most recent impacts of marijuana policies and businesses. Often, residents do not get the privilege of being able to know what exactly is going on. They use old methods of teaching that have not incorporated new research, and it's really important. So, thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Pam, all right, consent agenda. Well, anyway, 13, 14, 15, 17. Did any proud member read the fine print before accepting your current position? What promises do the unions make to you? The unions always will demand more money with the caveat of better job performance and less turnover if the request is met. Should recipients of county services be concerned right now about quality? Number 11, no. Gaslighting Americans, stifling American citizens to improve their lives and financial status, wasting taxpayer dollars. Per the agenda letter, the facilities listed above are or will be owned and operated by the borrowers. In addition to rent, what will each tenant give of themselves? Will they need to undergo treatment, employment, sign away their first child? I don't know. They're going to the government for help, and they're going to be basically abused. Let's see, number 8. Of course, the lease expired for the Santee Library. It's not a priority. The priority of the women on this board is freebies to illegal immigrants and unresolved homelessness. Don't hold your breath for any resolution in 2029, but in the meantime, the county residents of Santee deserve a library. Number 6, is Promises to Kids aware of the approximately 100 lawsuits against the Polinsky Center? Considering the substantive impact of these lawsuits, this agenda item is trivial and silly. Quote, authorize the chair of the Board of Supervisors to sign letters of appreciation upon receipt on behalf of the County of San Diego to the donors, unquote. In other words, tear us to send a thank you note, whatever. Number 5, this is a lot of money. Hopefully the money is managed appropriately and is not pocketed. Many people are in need, even if their circumstances result of their own choice.
Okay, thank you.
Number 5, this is a lot of money.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'd like to speak to items 7 and 6. I'm asking you today to recognize the growing body of scientific evidence linking cannabis use to serious mental health outcomes, including psychosis, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, and increased risk of psychiatric hospitalization. As you consider investments in behavioral health treatment, crisis services, and housing support, I ask that you also focus on one critical question. How many of the individuals entering these systems have a history of marijuana use? And what role is cannabis playing in the behavioral health challenges we're seeing throughout San Diego County? The research can no longer be dismissed. Studies have found that heavy cannabis users face a significantly increased risk of psychotic disorders, and healthcare providers across the county are reporting rising numbers of psychiatric emergencies. Here in San Diego, clinicians at Rady Children's Hospital and other local providers have witnessed increasing numbers of young people presenting with cannabis-related mental health concerns. Yet many parents, educators, and even users remain unaware of these risks. Today's discussion includes substantial investments in treatment and crisis response, but prevention and public awareness deserve equal attention. I request that this board direct Behavioral Health Services to bring forward a public presentation from local psychiatrists, emergency physicians, pediatric specialists, addiction medicine experts, and other healthcare providers that are seeing these impacts firsthand. The board and the public deserve an objective review of the latest evidence, local trends, hospitalization data, and challenges healthcare professionals are encountering in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. Item 6, no to anything supporting the abuse and neglect ridden Polinsky Center, which needs to be shut down and investigated by the DOJ. Item 7, no to a sole source monopoly contract with the Regents. 8 out of 11 of these programs involve drugs, including at schools for children who can't legally consent. There's also new alternatives which provide foils, pipes, and needles as part of harm reintroduction. Rady's, who profits off the butchering of children. Sweetwater Union and San Diego Unified, who both fail to teach children how to read or write. SBCS, who made millions off trafficking illegal aliens with our tax dollars. Vista Hill Foundation, who targets babies. And YMCA, an international socialist organization who promotes the harm of women and children. This behavioral health industrial complex cost $179 million in Medi-Cal fraud, which raises the cost of care for those with insurance. Item 8, another 2 years have passed and the county still can't build a library in Santee, but they can buy lawyers for illegals because priorities. Item 9, no to County Deputy DA Matthew Dix on the Board of Retirement, essentially making double bank off the taxpayers. Item 10, no to $130 million in debt bonds to LA-based Bedford Group to buy apartments in Spring Valley and Santee as part of a corporate acquisition. I don't want to see a bunch of locals kicked out into the streets to make way for low-income Angelinos. Item 11, no to $109 million in debt bonds for the San Diego Foundation to profit off ugly stack-a-packs destroying all historic craftsman homes in No Park. Item 13, it's concerning that the clerk will no longer return evidence that a party provided. I don't think anyone seeking real justice wants the county in possession of their evidence. Items 14 and 15, no to over $27 million in salary increases to the Purple Union campaign funders who have time to whine more than work. Item 16, Manola to the BHS board. Can she be a potential council member at the same time? And is she only qualified because she's a black person of color like she said on Instagram? No to UDW and SD Labor Councilman Ethel Larkins to the Aging and Independence Council. No to ADU Joker Sharon Haven to the Alpine Community Group. And what happened to Sergio Paul Luna? Why is he gone?
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm here to speak on item 7. I'm a county planning group member, a parent, and a public health educator. I came today to support item 7 regarding mental health services. I concur with Supervisor Desmond that psychiatric care for children and youth also needs careful consideration and support as well. Rady's Children's Hospital pediatrician, Dr. Natalie Labb, has spoken regarding the increase of adolescents to its emergency room in 2025 because they needed mental health services. She especially spotlighted their need for treatment because of their cannabis use. She said that prior to 2020, we were only seeing a handful of adolescents a year, maybe 20 or 30. Now it's over 600 ER admittees in 2025 and likely even more in 2026 if current trends continue. She reminds us that cannabis, and I quote, cannabis products are far more potent today than what previous generations were exposed to. And again, Dr. Labb is quoted, "We see this public health crisis emerging in children and young adolescents with early initiation of cannabis use." I think we as residents of San Diego County need to ask ourselves what this early use marijuana means for the long-term well-being of our younger residents and the many of us who care about them. We need to reduce visibility and promotions that come with selling marijuana in our county and reduce marijuana businesses' footprints in our back county. Everyone suffers because of this. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hector here. I'd like to speak to 1, 7, and 14. On the number 1 on the Kumeyaay have been abused by the Catholic Church and the Spanish for over a century, man. We need to give the Kumeyaay their choice of any Catholic church they can have and just assume it. Take it down, 3 of them, we'll let them have them. They can tear it down and build a little village up there, a Kumeyaay village. And then, because the Catholic Church in San Diego has been an abomination to our citizens, abusing our young kids, and then trying to get away with not paying, defrauding the bankruptcy court, the Catholic Church did. So give it to the Kumeyaay, that'd be great. And number 7, we need to do a slut walk and to raise money for the new sewer plant down in Tijuana. That slut walk, because it's Pride Month, the sluts will all walk from you guys down to National Avenue where the sluts are hanging out now, and we'll raise money and we'll lift up the gay community. There's a lot of sluts on the board now. There's like 3 of them, I think. The gang of sluts up there, so they can lead the parade. We'll raise money, and the county will move on with their life. Then 14, the union guys have competition now with the EBT crowd. EBT has to work 20 hours a week now to get their stuff. That's a lot of free labor that we got to utilize. Hit the beach, pick up trash all over the beach, hit that river that's all flooded and shovel out the sand. That can be, there's thousands of guys that live by that river that are on EBT. In Section 8, get them down there 20 hours. That's the county's job now.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I called in to speak to item 7 on consent. On the face of it, of course, I'm thrilled as a retired social worker with the services that are being provided for behavioral health. I was, however, concerned that we've clustered so many of them. Arguably, the most important service the Board of Supervisors in this county provide are for mental health. And these clustering of services together are actually 4 different types of services. And they've deserved each their own separate hearing, if you will, consent item, rather than being bundled like this one was. I think we do a disservice if we don't really understand in this county how grave are the behavioral health needs of our county, an incorporated county. I particularly appreciated the shout out regarding Rady's Children's Hospital, a organization, a hospital system that I'm well acquainted with, and also the mention of Dr. Lobb. She's been a leader in pediatrics, particularly about her concern about cannabis use by youth and children and the role that it creates for their mental health conditions. She recently was interviewed on PBS because she was quoted in the Journal of the American Medical Association. And she again reiterated her concern for the association between psychotic and bipolar disorders and the use of marijuana. So as this County Board of Supervisors looks at the social equity cannabis program, one has to ask yourself, why would you do that? If you care about young people, this doesn't make any sense at all to increase the amount of marijuana businesses out here in the backcountry. How does that help anyone? If we're going to spend money on mental health, we got to know what causes it. And I think this is an unwise program that you're putting.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
You know, that reminded me, the whole benefit thing reminded me when I was being fired, the union was working on that. And you guys had a different opinion at that time. I was working there, and you guys were defending me, so-called defending me, because immediately after the county fired me, you deleted all my information. That being said, let's get back to the reason why I was fired was because I was bringing up the fact that we no longer do preemptive checks to go ahead and weed out unqualified voters in our voter rolls. We allow them to go ahead and vote in our voter rolls. We do not do the bare minimum checks for the NVRA regulation subsection 8. We do this willingly, and
Sir, we stopped your time. You were starting to speak on item 17. If you could just stay to one of the consent agendas items, that would be awesome. Thank you.
When they fired me, they were firing me because they knew that they were going to gain control over our elections. The same issues that they were worried about when they cut down term limits, they added those provisions to you guys. They gave you the ability to go after and gave you a team to go after anyone you don't like. So, yes, I am talking about the same thing. The reason why I was fired, the reason why the union did not choose to defend me, the union that I was paying for, they don't work for the people. They work for their own interests. And as soon as you give me the documents, I've been waiting, 30 days for any preemptive checks that you do on our voter rolls? You don't do any. You do only reactive checks. I know that. I worked there for 20 friggin' years. Now, June Desmond, you telling me that I have to do find it myself? Gavin Newsom said I can't. That is your fucking job. So I want you to do it now. Joel, you should also encourage.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
We're talking to the doctor at the Green Hospital. Okay.
Next caller is Jennifer. We're having having some difficulties hearing you. Jennifer, are you still there? We're not hearing that caller. We'll go to the next caller.
Natalie Rashke here. I'm speaking on items 6 and 7. I'm kind of confused how we're celebrating a system that has cases open at the Polinsky Center. It makes no sense to me how we are celebrating it at all. There were 37 cases and 3 were penalized, held accountable. We are causing trauma and creating these children to have to go and to get psychiatric treatment. How are we as a society taking accountability? You know, I'm listening to these speakers and they're talking about marijuana and the blame and the cause of marijuana. When is it as a society, as adults, that we are taking responsibility? It's appalling to me that we sit here and we gaslight people, we gaslight marijuana, when as adults, why are we sending these children to have to go seek mental health? That is what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about us spending money. I'm concerned about my children. I pulled them from public school because of situations like this. People have the wrong idea or the wrong intentions of what they're calling and speak about. It's easy to blame something else. It's not easy to be accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, that concludes public comment on the items in the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you so much. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, we can go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to discussion item number 18, adopt a policy to require transparency and accountability for all Board of Supervisors ad hoc committees. And if you, as you exit, if you could exit quietly, thank you so much. Supervisor Anderson, would you like to make any introductory remarks on this item?
I would, but I'm going to give it just a minute.
Sure.
I think I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just wanted to share with you that we've had some inconsistency with how our ad hoc subcommittees have been approached. And with the goal of having more transparency, we went ahead and asked the clerk to put together A75 with some updates. Those updates include that if we were to have a subcommittee, ad hoc subcommittee, that the agendas would be posted in advance so that people would know that they could participate in it, they would be able to see it. The meetings that include presentations shall be streamed live, recorded, and posted online 1 business day for both real-time and subsequent viewing. Action minutes shall be created in each meeting and posted online within 30 days. All materials distributed, presented, or referenced during the meetings, including presentation handouts and supporting documents, should be made available to the public online. Essentially what we're doing is we're trying to remove any cloak of secrecy or any accusation of secrecy by making everything public. While this is not a Brown Act official meeting, you would not be under any obligation to have the public speak. However, the public would be encouraged to both email and call into our offices and give their participation in that fashion. But almost every one of these ad hoc committees is about collecting additional data, getting additional information, being more informed, and bringing it back to the board. That's pretty much the core of what we're asking for and what the policy says. There are some additional items, but they're fairly nominal. But that's what this is about today. I know that there was some thought about somebody may not want to follow this, but when we create the boards, this would be the general use. You can always create a subcommittee that's different that we would all vote on an individual basis. But the general rule, if not stated, would include all these items. So that's essentially what it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your introductory remarks. Let's go to public comment and then have a board discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Montgomery. Staff, we have 20 requests to speak on this item, 5 in person and 15 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 13 e-comments, all in support of this item. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 18 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers on this item, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Alicia Morrison, Cesar Javier, and Doyle Morrison. And I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Alicia Morrison. Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for bringing this today. I am in support of this item because recently I've experienced difficulty in locating materials from a standing committee meeting that are supposed to be available to the public, that being the Flood Control Advisory Committee. That took place back on April 9th. I have emailed the contact requesting the materials and still have not heard back from anyone, because it is something I am registered to speak on at tomorrow's meeting. So under proposed policy, item B4 speaks of all materials, quote, shall be made available to the public online. Please make sure that they are indeed available, easy to locate, and easily accessible. Item B7, quote, information concerning any consultant work with ad hoc subcommittee, interested stakeholder groups and coalitions should be added to that language. I am a believer in full transparency. Please motion and second for a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Doyle Morrison. I'm sorry I went to the dentist, so if you hear a little bit of lisp this morning, I'm still numb. Staff in San Diego County, good morning. I'm here to speak on item 18 in support of proposed policy A75. I believe this will achieve a higher level of transparency and create more avenues of public access and public participation. So often I hear community members say you can't fight the county, so they disengage. After all, no one really wins in a fight. Let's change that culture from fight to work. We actually vote in elected to work through the democratic process to improve our lives. I encourage this board to work together, establish this proposed ad hoc subcommittee policy A75 for we the people. Thank you. No more lisp.
As the next speakers are coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person, allegedly Audra and Michael McMahon.
Thank you, Sir Anderson. Logic. So there is a clear manifestation that there were no transparency and accountability yesterday. And we only thought of doing this now. In other words, we admit that there were wrongs before. And now we are trying to put up this program to improve the delivery of public good. Well done. My question is, if you are found accountable, what sanction should be imposed upon you? For example, ignoring and neglecting the victims of Tijuana River Valley pollution. Mama Giri, you are accountable.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Michael McMahon. I reside in Alpine. I have been on numerous boards in a different county in my life for 8 to 12 years. And we always had to have minutes. We always had to have notification of the meeting in advance, and it had to be open to the public. That was the Brown Act. I think that every committee that the County of San Diego has should be that. It's just common sense. I mean, requiring publicly posted agendas. This is something that countries other than the United States do that we keep claiming that we are part of. Come on, let's be realistic. Let's get everything out in the open. Let's not have anything hidden. It has to be to the public's knowledge and availability at all times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
If you wanted transparency and accountability, these would be committees, not ad hoc subcommittees where you're not following the Brown Act, though you don't even follow the Brown Act anyway. I've already caught you guys not having a quorum twice. In fact, in June 1st, last Monday, when you did your budget hearing, Andrew, and I will continue to argue this with you, and you have gotten a cure and correct, because that was not a quorum when Tara was not here, and she's not even on video. She doesn't have a disability. You're claiming she does. Even if it was maternity leave or child care, that still means she needs to show her face. There was no way to determine that there was a quorum when she's not even on camera. So that whole meeting needs to be revisited, because you cannot conduct business like that. And that's not fair to the people to try and act like all of a sudden she has some kind of disability that allows her to be off camera. She was supposed to make the quorum. You guys didn't have one, and you continued business illegally.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller. Next speaker is Consuelo. Your device might be muted. Consuelo, your device might be muted. And we'll come back to you.
Build looks good. Good job. This will definitely increase the transparency of these meetings, and it seems ensure wider distribution of ideas and opinions when it comes to discussing and improving meeting topics. Now, it would be nice if the county did everything transparency, but for instance, it's fighting a Voice of America suit. They did a Public Records Act request. The county is supposed to help them get the materials, but instead they're fighting it, and I mean, that's nowhere near the transparency the public should get. I mean, we'd like to see exactly what the county is doing on the contracts it makes.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for these proposed ad hoc committee updates. To be fair, ad hoc committees should have the same level of procedural rules and guidelines as other boards and commissions. Publicly posted agendas, open accessible meetings, live streaming, and the availability of materials and membership information are a no-brainer. Implementing these will allow residents to hear and have a voice in policy and fiscal issues in real time. The public deserves this accessibility, as too many actions by some on this board have been non-transparent. The debacle over marijuana expansion and Lawson Reamer's charter reforms are an example of non-transparency. Flat rejection to even consider changes to the charter reform and to put both proposals on the ballot are clear indication.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
My name is Russell James, and I'm speaking on item number 18 and in support of item 18. It's clear that there needs to be more public access and transparency, especially in meetings, and I believe ad hoc subcommittee meetings should be included in that. So I urge the board to support this item and would like to see it proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller. The next caller is Dennis Berglund. Your device might be muted.
Hey, how about that? This is Dennis Berglund, and I'm a lifelong resident as well as a registered professional electrical engineer, electrical contractor, and the owner of a manufacturing business known across the United States and a ranch owner in the East County. You know, I've received this information and I've reviewed it, and I believe that the board should support Joel Anderson's resolution because it makes the most sense and provides what I think to be the most transparency, since it's so similar than the others' meeting criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a planning group member and a public health educator. Residents of unincorporated communities are concerned with the lack of information, timely information, and clear pathways for sharing our situations with the Board of Supervisors. Agenda item 18's policy is a first step in that direction, however, only the first one step. We definitely feel that the Board of Supervisors needs to allocate far more resources to communicating with us, especially by attending our planning groups. Regarding Board of Supervisors meetings, you make it impossible, make it hard to speak to you. A trip in from a large unincorporated communities most affected by your land policies is lengthy, and then we may not even be able to meet the first 5 speakers. It seems that maybe you're afraid of what you might hear. Meaningful transparency means providing information in a way that the public can easily understand and, most importantly, have a way to respond. When residents are included, it's
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I've had an opportunity to review this policy A75. I see that it augments a previously existing policy of A74, and I support it wholeheartedly. Never has it been more necessary for this Board of Supervisors to make any opportunity for the public to engage with your decision-making. If it's going to affect your residents, they need to have an opportunity to hear about it and let you know what they think. To do anything else sort of suggests that you are not working for the public good, but have some sort of personal interest. To remove that optic, that there might be fraud going on or personal gain, open up your meetings, regardless of what we call them. It's wise on so many levels. Not only does it make you look better, but it helps people feel better about their government. Makes them feel like you perhaps are honest and that you're reliable. And if you're trying to accomplish good, how much more important is it that...
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hello, board members. This is the Admiral calling from Chula Vista, and I'm out of District 1 in support of item 18, Supervisor Joel Anderson's board letter on the ad hoc subcommittee's transparency policy. But what I'm hearing from everybody is transparency, transparency. So my supervisor is Paloma Aguirre, and I would like for Paloma to support this one right here. I would like all the board members to support. I strongly support adopting the board policy A75. Our county government needs more sunshine. Residents deserve easy access to agendas, hello, recordings, hello, minutes, hello, and materials from these subcommittees, especially when they discuss policies and spending that affect us all. This builds real accountability without unnecessary costs. Right now, it shows the board is listening to calls for better transparency and public.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hell yeah, Admiral. That was badass. Transparency. We already know that the three queens, because they don't want transparency, they like a faulty election. They like stealing people's voices. They like silencing people. They like trying to throw them in jail just for asking questions. They don't like being called nasty names or ignoring the public. I mean, all of that I'm able to go ahead and do. I mean, I'm still waiting for the September, conclusion of you trying to throw me in jail. I don't think you're going to be successful. Matter of fact, I think you're going to go ahead and give me the data proving the fact that you don't do reasonable effort on our voter rolls, allowing you to go ahead and play games with the people, separating us. No question about it. I have a video that I reposted back in 2024.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Nicole Barrick. I appreciate the intent behind this. However, I have concerns that applying the same level of requirements to ad hoc subcommittees as to full board meetings may unintentionally limit their effectiveness. By design, these ad hoc meetings are meant to be flexible and meet quickly to address needs and concerns before bringing them in front of the full board. So doing things like live streaming, posting the agendas, full documentation may create delays and burdens. Additionally, in our current environment, we have seen instances where certain individuals attend public meetings with the intent to disrupt or generate sensationalized content for social media. While participation is important, these disruptions can interfere with the board's ability to conduct focused in working in smaller working groups. So rather than imposing full public meeting requirements on all meetings, a more measured approach could be considered, such as providing summary reports, ensuring clear communication of outcomes, and reserving full transparency to formal board action. While I support transparency,
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
I think it's my. Is it my turn? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead, Consuelo.
I don't think so. Oh, it is my turn. Okay. Hey, so Consuelo here. I am just wanting to speak and chime in about the transparency. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we're going to now not only know about the corruption. I mean, we know about the corruption now. But now it's like, let's highlight it. Let's highlight the corruption with this transparency, because that's all that's going to happen here. Nothing else will change. Okay, cool. And that's pretty much what's going to happen. More of the same. More of the same. But it's something to get the people believing and that they're being heard, right? Well, sorry, I hate to break it to you. Just more of the same. But yeah, kudos, Joel. You know the game, brother. You know how to keep the people salivating for transparency. I'm done.
Thank you. Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. If Supervisor Anderson, you don't have any other words, I can go to Supervisor Desmond. It's up to you.
Well, I'd like to make the motion to support it.
Okay, sounds good. We have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Supervisor Anderson for initiating this effort. Over the past board, this year has established several ad hoc subcommittees and delegated authority to them, including responsibilities related to expenditures and contract procurements. I understand my colleagues' concerns about perhaps the rigidity of this policy, but I believe the proposed policy before us will bring much needed transparency and accountability to the ad hoc subcommittee process. So I'll support this action and second the motion, and which would establish a new board policy outlining a clear and consistent process for the creation and operation of these committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson, thank you so much for continuing to bring this item forward as we discuss how we can be effective and remain transparent. I think at the last board meeting, my issue, what really came up to me in particular was our work around the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc Committee. In that committee, subcommittee, we have heard from parents whose kids are detained and who are very concerned about being public about that in fear of retaliation that their kids may face in detention where they're not there to help them at all. There are other instances where members of the public don't feel comfortable stepping forward and their personal experiences and what they're able to share with us at that ad hoc subcommittee in particular, they really do turn into ideas that we can bring to the board and discuss as policy. So I think in our last discussion, we did have several options. At that time, I supported option 4 because I do understand the importance of bringing something like this forward. But I still have now experienced and know that if we create the same rules for different situations, then we will not have the as robust policy discussions that I think that we should have and that we owe the public. And so, as was stated, something that allows us to be more fluid in the process, I certainly support that. But as it is written right now, I'm not able to support what's currently in front of us. If we go back to the discussion around what option 4 that we had a couple of weeks ago, I think that would help me. But right now, I just don't want to put, especially with all of the ways that our meetings are being used. I understand that we all have had our names on a ballot, that we put ourselves out there, but there are different situations for everyone, and I really get concerned about doxing and all those other things. So as it's written, I won't be able to support it, but I'm open to having a discussion, probably at a later time, because I'm not necessarily prepared to redline what you've brought forward today, but for something that allows a bit more fluidity in our subcommittee discussions, particularly the ad hocs. Supervisor Anderson.
If I may just address your concern. So this would be the general rule. However, if you were to present a subcommittee or ad hoc committee moving forward, and you said you had concerns over doxing parents who are giving us information, you could include that and ask for it to be an exempt from it. Every committee moving forward, I'm going to be asking for all this transparency because we had some bad experiences with no transparency. So you'd have to make that argument either way. I'm just saying, why don't we side on the side of transparency unless there is a legitimate reason. Now, I will tell you that I sat through a lot of committees as the Vice Chair of Public Safety for 12 years in the state legislature, and we had a lot of parents that came and spoke. And other bodies do this all the time with transparency. And I understand your concern, but we're making special rules when nobody else has those special rules. And I really think it's important that we be as transparent as possible. You know, my office is still getting calls about the ad hoc committee that had all the secret meetings with no minutes, no list of who they met with, none of the presentations. And you went to great lengths to put that stuff on the web and to bring it back to make sure people had that access. I think having this in the foreground is the general rule. And then if you feel that your committee is going to be dealing with youth that need that secrecy, just make that argument when you create the ad hoc committee. Would that be amenable to you? Because you're going to have to make the ad hoc committee anyway. What difference does it make if you add to the board letter, we have these concerns and this is what we're going to do?
Let me go to Supervisor and Chair Pro Tem McGarry. I'm still, I have the same concerns that I had the last meeting. Those don't really change, especially because we had some other options before us last time. But I'll go, well, go ahead.
Well, option 4 was to do nothing. So saying we had an option, we have that option today to do nothing. So you could say you're opting to do nothing. That's option 4.
You can say that because you can say whatever you want, but I said that I would opt to do option 4.
No, I get it, but option 4 was to do nothing.
Chair Pro Tem McGarry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And from my recall, the conversation we had last time, and when a supervisor was absent, was to look at this on a case-by-case basis. And, you know, maybe there was a different experience in the assembly, but I have, as a participant in the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc Subcommittee, and it's my first time, to be completely honest, working in this space of criminal justice and criminal impacted families, or justice impacted families. I understand now the nuance of the work that we're doing there, the importance of not secrecy, but of the ability of these families to feel safe in a space and an environment to speak their truth, so that we then can use that information and bring it forward in a very transparent way, which is every single time an ad hoc creates a proposed piece of legislation, it still has to come to the full board for deliberation, discussion, public comment, presentations, and everything it entails. My concern is that the privacy of some of the participants in the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc. Now, I have said this from the get-go. I'm very, very open and very for transparency. The work that you and I have been doing, Supervisor Anderson, on the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Subcommittee. If we have the ability to share the minutes and we have the ability to stream it, or if even people like to come in person and participate, that's absolutely already available. I just think that the way the argument has been presented is a bit of a fallacy, because it's starting from a point of there's secrecy, and there is no secrecy that I have been witness to during my time here. And I do think that there's some perhaps even misconception from some of the speakers. They were bringing up some of the boards and commissions that are formed by volunteers, that those are subject to Brown Act, because that's the way it has to be. On our ad hocs, there are not, because that literally is the intent behind it, is to have the ability to be flexible, nimble, and fast-paced and short, with a short timeline. It's not forever. An ad hoc is not forever, so that we can make that information, produce that information, and bring it forward to the entire board. Now, if the work of ad hocs lengthens, or it seems that it's going to take a longer time, then we should consider changing an ad hoc into a standing committee, and then have that be subject to the Brown Act. But as I said before, and I'll say it again today, I support transparency and accountability. But when it comes to this particular policy, I think it has to be determined on a case-by-case basis as that proposed subcommittee comes before us at that particular point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's what I recall option 4 was. Supervisor Des.
Well, I don't know. To me, Supervisor Anderson's request is pretty simple. These are like the overall, what we want to try to achieve with every subcommittee, but there's going to be times, even in these meetings, we go into closed session because of sensitive material. And if you have sensitive material, no one would fault you for saying, okay, we got to clear the room because we got parents, or we got kids, or we got some sort of issue here. So no one would fault anybody for doing that. I mean, we should be protecting sensitive material, or whatever it is but what was being presented today, I think, is very reasonable, very doable, and if we have to work around it, we will. But I don't know. To me, this is we're digging way deep into the weeds and looking for ways to vote against it. So I'm still going to be supportive. Thanks.
Yeah, I get it. I would just say again, sometimes when we start these processes, even with my work in criminal legal system, embarking upon the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc Subcommittee, I still didn't necessarily think about that aspect of retaliation until we got into the work. And if we would have brought a board letter forward that didn't make provision for that, we still would not have been able to receive that information. So if we would have complied with a policy such as presented here today and then ran into an issue where we could not get the information that otherwise we would have been able to, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that sometimes you don't know where you're going to end up when you start. And that's the reason for the flexibility. I was at the city, we had 8, 9, sometimes 9 committees. We had a body of 9, we had 4 people in a committee. We could make votes and then bring those recommendations to the full council. This is a body of 5. So it's a there are different challenges, it's a different structure. It's a different structure than the city, than the state. And there are some places the state doesn't have to follow Brown Act like we do. They can go in their whole meetings with hundreds of people and they can be talking to each other about the laws that are before them when we cannot do that. We cannot do that. So that's what I'm saying. At the state, they don't have to follow the Brown Act at all when, well, you were there, you know, but for issues that come before him, like this issue, they would have been able to go to each board member and say, what do you want to amend, what do you want to do? We cannot do that. And so all I'm saying is that where we have no flexibility, rightfully so, we know why the Brown Act was put in place, and it stands and it is a good thing. We have those restrictions. We need some fluidity on the other end to be able to be effective for the people that we represent. That's all I'm saying. So, and again, I do think that this was a narrative that was put out there purposefully, and now we're having to kind of backtrack from that narrative when we've had consultants come before us. We have had budget item after budget item come before this board and have been able to decide yea or nay with a 5-person body. So that's not, we're seeing it differently, and I get it, that's why we're here, right? So Supervisor Anderson.
If I may, on the Juvenile Justice Ad Hoc Committee, have you taken testimony from probation or any other organizations?
We have.
So the issue I have is, where would I go to find that? How would I know the subject matter? I can't, because the Brown Act asked you, unless you make that public information. That's the cloak of secrecy. Not that you're purposely doing it, but it's the cloak of secrecy. When you and Chair Lawson-Remer had your subcommittee meetings, there were no minutes, there were no list of witnesses, there were no lists of what they said, the information, and then you came out with policies where nobody could look at how you came to those policies and what that information was. I'm not saying that you were doing it purposefully, but I'm trying to remove that cloak so I don't have to field calls from my constituents saying, where are they coming up with this stuff? They're not including us at all. And I get that you don't have to fall under the Brown Act, but we should try to meet not the letter of the law, but the meaning and the spirit of the law of the Brown Act with all of this. So even in that, your juvenile justice, it's still a cloak of secrecy. And I get you want to protect people, but I think that coming back to the board when you discovered it and said, hey, look, we need to have these protections in moving forward, no one on this board is going to say, no, we want to dox all the witnesses. We're not going to say that.
Just for the record, I don't think anybody on this board would do that.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. So if we accept this today, it doesn't change any of that. When you present on something that you think is going to be, you just simply put it in there. That if there's a witness that comes forward that you can't, you just include it in the subcommittee moving forward. But we still don't have any access to any of the testimony outside of that that you have access to, and now you're going to come forward with a policy down the road that it's going to be hard for us to support because we haven't heard from anybody. It saves time if we post things on the web so I can see you took this information from probation, you took this information from psychologists, from psychiatrists, from all these experts, and now I can go back and double check it instead of coming up here and having to quiz you, and you're saying, well, that's what the witnesses said. That's not transparent. So how do we get there? I'm not trying to be unreasonable. How do we get there that I can go and go up to the website, but not just me, but all my constituents? And look, I want to protect kids, so that's not an issue. But in the legislature, we had hearings and we protected kids.
I will focus on that subcommittee. I think I understand your overall point. We're committed to, if this is feasible with the CAO, putting forward a mid timing, I want to say mid-year, but we have the subcommittee for a certain amount of time. What the plan is to bring a board letter and recommendations from the subcommittee so that the entire board can discuss. We can, if it's okay with my fellow subcommittee member, bring a memo to put in communications received that goes through all of the information. We don't have an issue with that. We've been keeping track of it because we want to bring a robust board letter and a robust discussion to this board. But there's nothing that we can do there without this entire board. We are collecting information. We are synthesizing that information. It is coming from a lot of different areas, a lot of different stakeholders, a lot of different perspectives. And I hope that I at least have the trust of my colleagues to bring forth that information in a way that we have experienced that is upfront, that will allow us to make those decisions. I do believe, and I have to go back and check the board letter, but I do believe in the original board letter, we did go through the subject matter that would be discussed. We're staying within that framework for the subcommittee, and also our report back mechanisms in that board letter. So that's what we put those out there, and that's what we're sticking to for that subcommittee. And I'm happy to provide a memo and put it in communications received before that time, so you don't have to think about it all at once. But again, that is the fluidity that we have if we work together as board members that I think that we should be putting towards this work. I'm not saying anything you are saying is wrong. But I know that sometimes we come up against situations that we're not aware of. And one of the complaints we also hear from community members is that we're not able to act effectively and efficiently and fast enough for them. And the one thing that the county has been very good at is responding to people when people needed help. That when the floods came, and I know that was controversial, but we were able to get this board together and respond. We complain a lot about the city and other things. Half the reason I was there, I know. Half the reason is because you have to go through, they are tied to the bureaucracy and the process and not tied to representing people necessarily. I'm just trying to find a way where we can do that all for our various districts. Because I've had my hands tied when I couldn't help people, when I knew I had the resources to do it. And that's all I'm fighting against. I'm trying to just find that balance. That's all.
Well, I would just finish by saying, if it was an ad hoc committee based on an emergency, that's all you have to do and put in your board letter and say that it's exempt from these policies. This is just the general rule. Right now, we're moving forward with every ad hoc committee moving forward. I'll be requesting all these items be added to the ad hoc committee, and we'll have to do that each and every time. I believe that we're all going to agree on these things 90% of the time, and the 10% of emergency or youth-bound or whatever, you'll be asking for an exemption. So why not pass this today and just ask for an exemption moving forward? It's not a big deal, because it's far fewer exemptions than there are general rules.
I understand. I do want to just point out real quick that for all the subcommittees, there are reports to the Board of Supervisors, and then there will continue to be quarterly reports for all of us to keep up with that information. Correct.
But that's not the same as seeing the expert's witness testimony. There's no place to get that. Having a summary given, we don't know if it's an accurate summary. We may hear things differently based on our backgrounds in having the expert televised. And when the people said, well, this is so cumbersome, I did it first with Supervisor Vargas and then Supervisor Aguirre. We've had our meetings here. We have all the telecommunications information. It's really quite simple. It's not difficult at all. Look, I made my best pitch. If you have to vote no, I certainly understand it. I have to vote yes. I think that we say we're for transparency, and then we find all the reasons under the sun not to be transparent. And I hope that I would have touched your heart with my arguments, but I certainly.
I appreciate it, Supervisor Anderson. If there's no further discussion, we can go ahead and call the vote.
Vice Chair Montgomery Steppe, that motion fails due to a tie vote with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting aye and Supervisor Aguirre and Montgomery Steppe voting no. Pursuant to the board's rules of procedure, the board may continue the item for consideration at a future meeting. If the board takes no further action to continue the item to a specific date, then the item will be placed on the agenda for the next regular meeting on Thursday, June 25th, 2026.
All right. Andrew, could you go through that again?
Thank you. Yes, without the board taking any action today, it'll come back on Thursday, June 25th.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I said I wouldn't do this as acting chair, but I do want to get a gut check. Do you want to proceed to item number 19? Get through it? Yes. Nadia's already, she's ready for us.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go to item number 19, receive and approve the Behavioral Health Services Act 3-year integrated plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2029. Adopt a resolution certifying the San Diego County Board of Supervisors review and approval of the integrated plan. Authorize the Behavioral Health Services Director's submission of the integrated plan to the Department of Healthcare Services. Please go forward with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make the motion. Note to self, I have a motion.
Are we good?
Yeah, you can go ahead. I think it's about 10 minutes.
I'll read
go
fast.
through abbreviated version. Yes.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Montgomery Steppe and members of the board. In March 2024, California has voted to pass Proposition 1, which modernized the behavioral health services by replacing the Mental Health Services Act with the Behavioral Health Services Act, or BHSA. As required by the BHSA, we have developed a 3-year integrated plan that outlines how we propose to utilize all behavioral health funding in alignment with our priorities as a specialty behavioral health plan and the priorities of the board. Today's presentation will highlight some of the changes under BHSA and provide an overview of the integrated plan. BHSA is funded through a 1% tax on personal income over $1 million and is also referred to as the millionaire's tax. It's part of a larger set of statewide behavioral health reforms that aim to transform the specialty behavioral health system. Several other key initiatives include BH Connect, which establishes new evidence-based practices and improves access to care, behavioral health payment reform under CalAIM, which changes the way that we are reimbursed, and the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program passed as part of Prop 1, which provides new capital infrastructure funds to counties. Locally, to support BHSA implementation, we took a holistic approach by reviewing all services across our continuum and prioritizing investments within essential treatment, housing, and support services, and areas of high need. We also looked at how to maximize opportunities across the new initiatives to support improved access, delivery of care, and long-term sustainability. As part of BHSA, we are required to submit a 3-year integrated plan. The integrated plan includes investments across all behavioral health funding sources. Our first integrated plan, which goes into effect on July 1st, has a proposed budget of about $1.6 billion. Of this, $1.4 billion is reflected in the fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget, and the remaining amount is budgeted outside of BHS and includes capital infrastructure, state hospital costs, and interagency agreements with other departments. Broadly, these investments have been driven by the expansion of services and infrastructure, including workforce opportunities and increased service utilization. If we narrow just to BHSA, next fiscal year we are proposing a budget of $329 million, which represents a $26 million increase over last year. BHSA funding will support the delivery of care and support services to more than 52,000 people annually. This includes services to more than 15,000 children, youth, and transitional age youth, and more than 37,000 adults and older adults. We also provide housing support to almost 19,000 people. Several changes will go into effect with the implementation of BHSA. First, off the top, counties will see a 5% reduction in their total funding allocation, meaning we'll have to do more with fewer resources. For example, while BHSA will expand to also include funding for substance use services, it does not actually provide additional money to do so. Second, there are new requirements and less flexibility around how counties can use BHSA funding. The state has also put more emphasis on outcomes, accountability, and reporting, including new statewide behavioral health goals. BHSA also requires collaboration with an increased number of stakeholder groups. And finally, it places a greater focus on equity and access to ensure services are more inclusive and easier to navigate. We see this in the enhanced community engagement process and the emphasis on early intervention programs. There are a number of things that will not change under BHSA that include Medi-Cal eligibility rules, so those are set by the state. It does not change the county's role either. We will continue to function as a specialty behavioral health plan. Overall, BHSA will elevate how we deliver care, how we measure performance, and how we coordinate across the system. BHSA shifts how funding is allocated by establishing 3 new categories that include behavioral health services and supports, which receives 35% of funding, full service partnership, which receives 35% also, and housing, which receives 30%. Under BHSA, the state's allocation doubles from 5 to 10% to shift administrative functions and prevention programming away from local counties and to the California Department of Public Health. Innovation funds will no longer be a required component either. With the implementation of BHSA, most services we fund under MHSA will transition to these new categories, with the exception of prevention programs. Now I'll highlight some of the services we will fund with each of the new categories. First, under the behavioral health services and supports, that's the foundation of our system. Services that we fund include crisis and outpatient services, along with treatment and recovery services, including new evidence-based practices. At least 51% of these funds must be for early intervention services, and more than half of those funds must be dedicated to services for children, youth, and young adults. Second, the full service partnership category, which offers the highest level of outpatient care and the supports for our beneficiaries. Services include a whatever it takes approach to wrap around members who have the most complex needs. The third category is housing interventions, which provides a full continuum of housing to people with serious behavioral health needs and includes interim housing, recovery residence, boarding care slots, and permanent supportive housing. And 50% of the housing intervention funds must support people who are chronically homeless. Through behavioral health services and supports, we fund mobile crisis teams, crisis stabilization units, outpatient services, early intervention programming, such as the childhood mental health treatment. As an example, our School Link program provides behavioral health services at school campuses, in homes, and communities to provide students and their families with individual, group, and family treatment. Within the full service partnership category, programming expands access to evidence-based programs, including assertive community treatment intensive case management, high-fidelity wraparound for children and youth, and supported employment. Here, we support clubhouses, which are settings that help people with significant needs build social connections, engage in work and education activities, receive supportive services, and foster long-term recovery. Within housing interventions, we support beneficiaries, linking them to options that will help them maintain stability while they are in recovery. In November 2025, the board approved the flexible housing pool pilot to help people connect to transitional housing. It is designed using a whole person care approach that allows clients to receive housing, health, and support services in an integrated way. We're currently working with our 4 managed care plans to launch the housing pool this summer. Although the housing intervention category is new within BHSA, historically we have made significant investments to support housing. Currently, we combine MHSA funds and behavioral health bridge housing funds to support over $74 million of housing-related interventions annually. And as we shift to BHSA, our investment will grow further, upwards of about $80 million a year. We have also aligned and will exceed the requirement to allocate 50% of the housing intervention funds to support people with chronic homelessness. And as time-limited grants phase out, BHSA will provide stable, ongoing funding to sustain local housing capacity. Another key change under BHSA is the significant expansion of the community planning process, or CPP, which requires community engagement with 29 prescribed stakeholder groups identified by the state. CPP activities were conducted throughout 2025 and into 2026 based on formal guidance released by the state in 2025. For this initial year, we engaged more than 1,900 people, including representatives from over 280 different organizations, through more than 100 structured engagement activities. We also received over 300 comments through our online platform and during the public hearing held at our advisory board meeting on May 7th. Stakeholders consistently identified priorities related to housing and homelessness, crisis response, youth and family supports, community education and navigation support, accessible and culturally responsive services, and the workforce. Here are several examples of how stakeholder feedback on the left was translated into the integrated plan priorities on the right. First, stakeholders outline the importance of housing. So the integrated plan expands housing options through the addition of flexible housing pool pilot and board and care slots. Next, to enhance early intervention, outpatient care, and crisis services, we are supporting enhancements that were outlined in the Children's Optimal Care Pathways model through additional crisis stabilization services and school-based services. The third item outlines the need for improved system navigation, which we are doing through enhanced investments into community health workers to support coordination across services. We will also support community-based programming reflective of the needs of specific communities. For example, last week I signed an agreement with the Indian Health Council to support reimbursement for traditional health care practices for tribal members. And the last theme is related to building the behavioral health workforce. This year we are enhancing our local Elevate Behavioral Health Fund and offering new Medi-Cal technical assistance to small, diverse, community-based organizations to support the growth of the workforce. These investments not only align with priorities outlined by stakeholders through this engagement process, but they also enhance access to care for our beneficiaries. The integrated plan reflects BHSA requirements, local data, network adequacy requirements, our OCP models, and the broad community feedback we received. Feedback from the public included expanded program descriptions, implementation details, workforce and housing information, outcome measures, and documentation of stakeholder feedback, which were all incorporated into the IP. And while not every consideration was incorporated, all feedback was reviewed and considered by the behavioral health team. Some of the recommendations also fell outside of the scope of behavioral health services and into legal, regulatory, operational, or interagency areas. As we move forward from planning into implementation, stakeholder engagement will not end with the approval of this integrated plan. For us, it is the beginning of an ongoing process that will occur throughout the year. The integrated plan is really intended to be a dynamic planning document, which will evolve as our needs change, and we look forward to engaging with the community further. Today's action requests the board's authority to receive and approve the BHSA 3-year integrated plan, adopt a resolution, and authorize the Behavioral Health Services Director to make revisions requested by the state and submit the plan. Thank you. Our staff are here now to take your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for getting to that. A lot of really good information, so we appreciate it. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Montgomery. Staff, we have 25 requests to speak on this item, 14 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 4 e-comments, 1 in support, 2 in opposition, and 1 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 19 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers on this item, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Rex Viena, Jennifer Kennedy, and Moises Barron. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning, supervisors. Good afternoon. My name is Rex Villena, and I'm a San Diego native. I'm the owner of Union Yoga in Pacific Beach, and I'm here to support the county's focus on social connection, early intervention, and community-based health services in the BHSA integrated plan. At Union Yoga, our trauma-sensitive teachers have spent years offering subsidized yoga in people with recovery from substance abuse, eating disorders, and difficult life transitions. We've seen students choose yoga and community over their former habits that were harming them. We're here as a wraparound service to clinical care and to strengthen the prevention layer around it. My request is that the county include trusted community providers in that strategy. Early intervention needs to be available in places where people already go to move, connect, and feel human again. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jennifer Kennedy, and I represent Strategic Behavioral Health Initiative, a coalition of behavioral health leaders and advocates who share this board's commitment to San Diego children and youth. We are here as partners, but compelled to share the impact of the Behavioral Health Integrated Plan on children and youth. This year alone, $9 million in prevention and early intervention contracts were eliminated. That's 8 programs serving approximately 85,000 people. Cuts like suicide prevention in schools and psychiatry consultation for pediatricians. These are the earliest points of intervention, and their absence will compound over time. San Diego manages one of the largest behavioral health systems in California, yet the integrated plan, children and youth receive only 19% of program spending compared to a statewide average of 30%. This is the lowest of any major county. We ask for 3 things: 30% of behavioral health services expenditures directed to children with a public timeline, and a sustained partnership with providers to deliver this care. We are ready to be at the table. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers, Lily Valmendiano, Kaylee Levitt, and Angela Rowe. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Moises Barron. I'm a clinical psychologist and past president and CEO of the San Diego Center for Children. I'm here today representing SBHI to speak briefly about the challenge of simply knowing the facts. In our June 1st testimony, we cited a projected $18.5 million reduction in children's services over 3 years. The county subsequently corrected that figure, restoring approximately $15 million. We appreciate that responsiveness. It highlights the value of independent analysis and stakeholder engagement in the budget process. At the same time, it raises a broader concern. Basic questions such as how much of the behavioral health budget serves children and how funding has changed over time should be easy to answer, yet current budget documents make meaningful analysis and oversight nearly impossible. What remains clear is that San Diego allocates just 19% of behavioral health expenditures to children and youth, the lowest percentage among California's major counties.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Lily Valmediano, representing SBHI. I begin by acknowledging the board's genuine leadership, the Youth Optimal Care Pathway, mobile crisis response teams in schools, and the restoration of $4.3 million to healthy development services for our youngest children. These are meaningful commitments, and we are grateful. And yet the data show outcomes are still moving in the wrong direction. 94% of California youth reported mental health challenges in an average month, up from 87% 2 years ago. Locally, suicide death rates among San Diego youth increased 6% from 2016 to 2023. ER encounters for self-harm increased 12%. Per the county's own Child and Teen Health Report, behavioral health concerns are now the most common reason youth visit an emergency room, surpassing every illness and injury. The need is outpacing the response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Kaylee Levitt with Jewish Family Service, here today representing SBHI. While Medi-Cal population has grown steadily over the past decade, the number of youth actually served has decreased by 26%. In fiscal year 22-23, San Diego reached only 33% of the enrolled children. This is well below the 4.2% average of the 8 largest counties in California. The gap represents thousands of children who are eligible, identifiable, and not being reached and provided timely treatment. These are children experiencing anxiety, depression, trauma, suicidal ideation, and serious emotional disturbances. The county's Youth Optimal Care Pathway sets the statewide average as a target, but the updated BHSA plan is projected to reach over 5,000 less children than the draft. Neither the budget nor BHSA plan provides meaningful funding increases to close this gap. We are asking this board to aim above average and ensure that every new dollar translates into more children receiving care. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Pradeep Gidwani, Stephanie Joya Beckman, and Natalie Elms.
Hi, my name is Angela Rowe, and I am also representing SBHI. For the first time, the BHSA integrated plan gives us a full view of mental health and substance use funding across all streams. What it shows is for youth is concerning. The draft plan projects approximately 2,000 young people would receive substance abuse services. The final plan cuts to about roughly 1,000. To be clear, most young people do not need intensive treatment. This is precisely why prevention and early intervention matter. Alcohol and drug use is already among the leading reasons youth end up in emergency rooms. If we know the adult substance use crisis is severe, shouldn't we be investing more in this generation? Instead, the plan projects fewer youth, reduced prevention, early intervention. The statute designates youth as a priority population for substance use prevention. This isn't just values in question, this is a compliance one. We urge the board to prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Pradeep Gidwani. I'm a pediatrician in San Diego. Every day, parents are faced with mental health challenges for their children and teens. Often, the first place they turn is to their pediatrician. Pediatricians have developed a close relationship with their children and their families over the years. Whether it's a child's or a teen struggling with ADHD, depression, or anxiety, or considering self-harm, parents turn to their trusted pediatrician first. We've seen an increase in all mental health conditions, as you're all well aware of, with an incredible increase in autism. Last year at Rady's in the emergency department, there was 44,700 visits for mental health. We heard about the cannabis, but this is also beyond that. There are families coming into our emergency room every day. We know that the foundations of mental health start early and can appear anytime during the life course. It is so important to us as pediatricians that our national organization, the American Academy of Pediatrics, has issued guidelines for healthy mental development. And we know that with increased funds, we can improve our community.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, and Roberto Velasquez.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Natalie Elms, closing for SBHI. You've heard from community leaders and providers who deliver children's mental health services every day. The picture is clear. San Diego directs only 19% of behavioral health resources to children, the lowest of any large county against a 30% statewide average. This year, $9 million in prevention and early interventions contracts were eliminated, affecting 85,000 individuals. The updated BHS plan still projects serving 5,094 fewer children than the draft, which continues a decade-long pattern. We recognize this board has real constraints. We're not here to make your job harder. We're here to help. Over-realized revenues, fund balances, grant opportunities, we're ready to pursue them with you. We're asking for 3 commitments: 30% of BHS expenditures directed to children, annual reporting by age, and sustained partnership. San Diego's children are counting on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm not sure whether I am in favor or against, but after listening from the presentation, I am against because it is a waste. Evidences good governance look into the human or San Diegans. The human body, and this is behavioral. This is mental. Throughout this governance, from conception to grave, it is our transparency, accountability, guilt to deliver public good. Timeliness, efficiency, and effectivity, or must be effective. Our point here is what causes these diseases, and we have to uproot it.
Thank you.
Provide clean water.
Thank you. Thank you, Caesar. Your time is up.
Clean and safe neighborhood, which we are not doing. Thank you. I am against this. I'm sorry for this time.
Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming followed by the remaining speakers in person, Kimberly Mullen and Leonora Garrison.
Hello, I'm Roberto Velasquez, and I'm President and CEO of Southern Caregiver Resource Center. I'm here today, again, to speak to you about the mental health needs of the over 490,000 family caregivers in San Diego County, half of who are adults themselves, older adults suffering, caring for loved ones with Alzheimer's disease. Are shocked that our integrated plan does not include any early interventions for our older adult population. We are an aging and dementia-friendly community, and yet there's no early intervention program for the over 1 million older adults and family caregivers. This is very disappointing. We know that it's well documented that chronic stress related to caregiving leads to severe depression, anxiety, and social isolation. I'm here to ask for your help. We need your leadership to find a way to keep programs like our Calma and Caregiver TLC in our county plan to address the mental health need of older adults and adult family caregivers that care for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
It's been interesting watching you guys go from mental to behavioral health and how you're using this with children, and you guys penalize behaviors. In fact, you engage in changing people's behaviors as well. And the question, what is a woman, is a good determinant of whether or not somebody has a behavioral or mental health issue. Instead, you are trying to change what that is and have kids learn sexualized things and, you know, put them in place to basically have some predator come and just tell them that, you know, I mean, if they just want to try this, it'll feel good. I mean, and what you do to children that you take from their families by putting them in, like, woe to you guys for doing this to children, let alone anybody else. But it is just sad because men can say that they're women, and that's not a mental health issue, but a child being ripped apart from their family and being upset about it and crying like you heard earlier today, that's a behavioral health issue.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonor Garrison, and I am here as a caregiver. My husband had a stroke, and now dementia is slowly taking over away from me, piece by piece. I became his caregiver overnight, and all that chaos, I started disappearing too. I was exhausted, overwhelmed, and I felt like I was losing my mind. Then I connected with XCRC. They held me together when I was falling apart. They gave me the support and guidance I needed to keep going, but now these vital programs are being eliminated. San Diego County is throwing up their hands saying BHS has made it clear the counties are no longer responsible for these kinds of programs. That is unacceptable. Turning your backs on caregivers who need this type of support is like turning your backs on those who are elderly, sick, and frail with dementia. I cannot throw up my hands and walk away from providing care. I am asking you, keep in mind the caregivers who are backbone of the healthcare system. Please do not cut these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call for Kimberly Mullen. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hey, Consuelo here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Is there an echo because I'm in a car?
There is not. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so behavioral health, again, our local government will never get to the root of the issue. Why? Because they are at the root of the issue. This system feeds off of ignorance and compliance. This same sick system that creates the diseases profits off of the Band-Aid solutions. Again, always surface solutions. I want to remind the ones who have forgotten that every single disease out there, there's a cure, a real cure. Don't forget that. And remember that the medical industry only profits off of return customers, so they're not incentivized for curing you. So be wise to that. Wake up to that. And like I said, even especially dementia and Alzheimer's, that's all been a very profitable industry. It's heavy metals to the brain. If you can detox that, you can totally detox that. High-fat diets, coconut oil, it's been proven.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Paul. Please go ahead.
Good, thanks. The report is very thorough, 725 pages. Thanks for all the hard work. But according to the report, page A11, there are 12,500 people who experienced unsheltered homelessness. Over the January 2026 point-in-time count, identified only 5,000 individuals living unsheltered across the county. What explains this huge difference, and whom should we believe? I also noticed that behavioral health served 11,000 people in prison, a huge number. So I'm wondering if they're...
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Alyssa, representing SBHI. Evidence-based early interventions return up to $15 for every $1 invested. The lifetime public cost of untreated serious mental illness diagnosed by age 25 is $1.85 million per person in emergency rooms, jails, homeless services, and disability programs. The same systems this board funds. Early intervention doesn't just help children, it reduces that bill. Every year we fail to reach a child, that window narrows and the cost grows. Estimated 80,000 San Diego youth are affected by reductions to prevention and early intervention this year alone. Adults cycling through those systems were very often children whose needs were identifiable and treatable earlier. We're not asking for the board to choose between children and adults, Thoughtful rebalancing towards early intervention is the most cost-effective decision this county can make, and the investment most likely to strengthen the entire behavioral health system for everyone over time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Erin Hogeboom, Director of San Diego for Every Child and representing SBHI today. San Diego manages a $1.5 billion behavioral health system, yet children, who represent 31% of individuals served, receive only 19% of spending. In the final BHSA plan released last week, more than 5,000 children were removed from projected service estimates. A new state reporting requirement allows a standardized comparison of total mental health expenditures across counties. Across the 8 counties with over 1 million in population, the average investment in children and youth is 30%. San Diego is at 19%, the lowest of any large county in the state. We appreciate that approximately $15 million in children's funding was restored. However, the final plan still reflects a net reduction of $2.7 million on top of starting deficit of $9 million for children's services and fewer overall number of children projected to be served. Finally, this plan contains no child-specific performance metrics. I encourage those accountability measures along with a budget to match. We can't shortchange kids here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp, and this transition is a major restructuring of behavioral health funding, expanding treatment, housing, and substance use services. While these changes are significant, the long-term success of this plan depends on prevention and addressing upstream drivers of behavioral health crisis. San Diego County is already seeing rising behavioral health and substance-related emergencies, including among youth. That reality calls for stronger prevention efforts, not only expanded crisis response and treatment capacity after the fact. I also urge the county to re-examine policies that may increase exposure to high-risk substances in sensitive environments, including proposals to expand marijuana across the backcountry and into remote recreational areas. Allowing greater availability in those settings can be counterproductive to public health goals, especially for youth exposure, prevention, and safety in outdoor spaces.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. In 2024, just like this year, we were expected to believe in very obviously rigged elections. That Prop 1 of $6.4 billion in debt was actually approved by the small minority of people that vote. Mental health, behavioral health, same junk. That just means more drugs and drug addicts on the streets to the benefit of ever-expanding government and their drug-pushing quacks, hospitals, and NGOs we heard with their hands out. The integrated plan engaged 280 of the NGO profiteers and only 1,500 regular people, representing only 2.2% of a 3.3 million population. The Finance Equity Impact Statement even admits that the target population is Hispanics who are homeless and either young or old, aka the most vulnerable, locked up in $1 million beds in the county's racist, live unwell centers. Nobody's living better and self-sufficiently. They're trapped in the county's drug industry-funded web of the behavioral health industrial complex while the few profit. Monica, are you worried about your doxing ally, Nanny Paloma, who needs behavioral health herself? Or do you continue to oppose transparency? Short story, leave the children alone. They don't need to be on drugs. You do.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I want to express my objection to item 19. The premise that this transition broadens the scope of engagement and shifts prevention funding to the State Department of Public Health is a good thing is wrong. Being an older retired social worker, I know clearly that prevention, early intervention with children is the most cost effective. To wait until you have to mop it up is so unwise when you can save yourself money and people's lives. And nothing is harder than watching children not receive the services that you know if they got them now would make all the difference to them, to their family, to their neighborhood, and to the county's funding sources. Let's let our State Department of Public Health know We want to take back prevention. We know best how to help our children. We know best how to do prevention, not the State Department.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Berry, and I'm speaking today as the chair and on behalf of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And I want to acknowledge the substantial work that went into developing this draft BHSA integrated plan and the leadership of BHS Director Nadi Pravara and the ongoing hard work and dedication of the BHS staff who contributed to this effort. Throughout the process, we consistently heard concerns about accessibility, implementation clarity, and the lack of detail around how investments will translate into real pathways to care. Community members and providers emphasize the importance of protecting the full continuum of behavioral health services, including mobile crisis response, housing supports, workforce stability, peer services, and culturally responsive and community-based care. This moment also comes amid significant fiscal uncertainty at both the federal and state levels, and it's more critical that limited resources preserve core infrastructure and avoid destabilizing the workforce and provider networks that communities rely on every day. BHAB looks forward to continuing partnership.
Thank you. We'll hear from the final caller.
Now we're don't even like and the funding for
Justin Gambler. Justin Gambler Hermes, I'm muting your call. If you'd like to provide your comments right now, it appears that you have another audio feed going.
So, if they were, most of the Filipino, so it's very cool the fact that you make sure that everybody gets food.
And we were able to hear that caller. Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I will turn it over to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really, let's see, I got the wrong one here. 18. Hang on. All right, I got it. Got too many notes. Well, thanks for the presentation, Nadia. This was good. You know, we heard a lot of concerns about children and making sure we're getting mental health care to children. I heard 90%. I heard 30%. So what are we doing to catch up with the needs of the children? I mean,
yeah, so I think
could
there's
you just can expand on that?
Yeah, maybe a few clarifications. So we heard, first of all, if I may, through the Vice Chair, some clarifications from the budget hearing last Monday. We went and kind of did a full review just to kind of understand what those sort of indications meant. So one of the things that we focused on, and this is identified in our optimal care pathways model, is really focusing on community-based care versus taking kids out of their homes and hospitalization. If you look at those other larger counties, most of them invest a significant amount in very high acuity settings. So these are inpatient care and subacute, which is like long-term care. So we kind of did across looking at LA, San Bernardino, Fresno, some of the larger ones. Some of them were upwards of like $200,000 per kid or $1 million per kid. We're in the like $14,000 per kid because our investments are primarily in community-based care, and that's where kids get multiple touches versus like these kind of you're one in or you're there for a long time and then you're out. So our focus is really as early intervention or the prevention side, even though prevention money has been shifted to the state, is really those places where kids can stay in their home and get connected to care versus being in hospital-like settings.
Okay, well, so I understand. So we're doing more community-based care.
Correct.
With smaller entities, but
yeah.
I guess my only concern is with some of these smaller-based community care folks, what's in the news lately is fraud and abuse. And so how does some of these smaller entities have the tracking capability or the reporting capability so we know how these dollars are spent? And because if word gets out that we're not able to track, we're not really able to account for, then this public gets sour on it, and it gets to be a harder issue. So do we have mechanisms in place to where we can track, I guess, success and track where the dollars are going and how they're being spent?
Yeah, great question. So as we shift, we do have methods right now for tracking. We have very sort of intense overviews, both on the programmatic side, on our quality assurance side. So that's really aligning, making sure the treatment is at a quality and that the patients are getting what they need, but also on the finance side. And one of the things as we roll sort of into this sort of more robust health plan model is putting in infrastructure. So this is various systems, various experts in terms of understanding like how folks go through the system, where things are flagged, if somebody's getting too many of a certain kind of service, things like that. But I would say through our existing pathways, we do have very strong contract monitoring. They also are subjected to audits from the state, the Department of Healthcare Services, which are, I'll say from our own experience, very intense. So that's from a system level. Also, they do programmatic audits as well. So while, I think there's always a risk of something, right? We have a huge network that's, I think $900 million, something like that in contracted programs. I think same concerns that you have, we have as well. And it's making sure that folks are providing care that is quality, it's at the level that patients want. Patients also can report to us if they have complaints or they're not getting the care, and through our patient advocacy, which is separate from BHS. So there's many pathways in that way as well for folks to sort of highlight any concerns.
Okay. Well, it's under the spotlight and the microscope here lately, and we just got to make sure we can track, the funding and not that anybody's bad, but if this gets highlighted as abuse, then it's like I said, the funding that's going to dry up. So we got to make sure that we keep it going, and we're open and transparent and everything as we can be with the taxpayer dollars.
Absolutely agree.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Thank you. I just want to commend you and your team for this monumental and behemoth of a lift, transitioning behavioral health services to its own. And I really appreciate all of your work. I'm looking forward to ongoing evaluations across the 3-year plan so we can keep refining our systems, reducing disparities, and enhancing equitable access to the highest quality of care. I also want to take a moment to highlight the Elevate Workforce Program and reaffirm my commitment to exploring bold, innovative approaches to growing the top-notch behavioral health workforce our community needs and deserves. And we know that that's going to be a very big challenge with everything coming out of this administration. And while the Trump administration has moved aggressively against permanent supportive housing, slashing funding, abandoning housing first, and pushing models that make accessing care often impossible. Something that we have demonstrated here at the County of San Diego is a commitment to this model, and it continues to deliver support and stability for our most vulnerable neighbors, which is very important. So I just want to say, as we move into this new era, we're choosing a future grounded in data, compassion, and what actually works, and our commitments must remain focused on quality outcomes and continuous improvement. So again, I want to thank you and your team for all of the work, and the speakers for coming out, and I'll be supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of the public, to our BHS Director, Nadia Pavera-Brahms. Thank you so much for the presentation, your team. I see you all are here. So I want to publicly thank you for your hard work on the integrated plan. I've continued to say, and I think this is one thing that this board agrees on, that this certainly is one of the most important roles that the county has. And so when Proposition 1 passed, March of 2024, in December, I proposed that the county assess the Behavioral Health Services Department, which at that time was under HHSA, just to see how we could optimize service delivery and outcomes for our residents in need of behavioral health housing and other social support services, especially with that change on the horizon. I think we heard one of the public commenters say, let's tell the state they shouldn't do this. But this was all wrapped up in Proposition 1, and so this is something now this is the mandated way that we have to deploy, deliver services, and split those responsibilities with the state. And so that's why we're here, and I'm really grateful to see the entire team come together and present us with this integrated plan after we took that big step to strengthen and modernize our behavioral health system. So thank you very much for all of the work, and I know you'll keep us updated. I do want to acknowledge members of the public that have come out to speak about the way we provide for our children with regard to our behavioral health care system. And so I think continuing to monitor that is important. I had some of the same questions that Supervisor Desmond had, but would, like to take a little bit deeper dive on that too. But we do try to integrate our young people to community-based care. We're seeing that in this system. We're seeing that in juvenile justice system as well. And so that is where we are finding better outcomes for our young people, but certainly want to acknowledge the work that everyone is doing and the fact that we have folks here that are with our young people every single day. And so we certainly want to keep your comments in mind as we move forward and make those systemic, operational, and budgetary decisions. But thank you so much. We have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, we can go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair Montgomery Steppe, the motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do unless there are any objections. We're going to go take a lunch, 45 minutes, and then we'll come back to item 20. We'll take non-agenda public comment, closed session comment, and then we'll go straight into closed session. Everybody good with that? All right, we'll see you in 45 minutes. Let's say 1:45. We'll be back.